Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. Nose Meat Grindstone. Welcome back to the motherfucking grind. Hope you had a good vacation. You know, I took a couple days off. Could have streamed if I wanted to, but I was busy working on other projects. 24/7 news, though. 24/7 addicted to news. I was supposed to disconnect. Is hacking the Internet Archive similar to burning books? No. That's different. There's a lot of newness happening. It's not the same. Because there's a copy of that archive. Nothing's destroyed. It's like putting a fat guy in front of the Library of Alexandria. You know, Library of Alexandria is a really good example because I heard that the Library of Alexandria wasn't that well organized. And let me tell you something. That perfectly defines the Internet Archive, which is back up, by the way. Internet Archive is back. It's in read-only form last time I checked. They're working on it. This will make them, you know, hopefully invest a little bit more into their security if they have anything to invest. Anyway, folks, did the Nazis burn the originals with no copies? I doubt it. They probably got a few. But yes, Chem Goblin was correct. We were watching footage of Nazi book burnings. This was from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Never again. Maybe they want to stop saying that. Maybe people who support Zionism should stop saying that. There's new rules, according to Twitch, by the way, about Zionist and Zionism. And they clarified. And, you know, specifically, if you are speaking, if you are saying critical things about Zionism, if you are saying critical things about a Zionist, that's fine. What you're not allowed to do is use it in a derogatory term, similar to the way that one would, you know, you could criticize a Jewish person, you can criticize Judaism, but you can't scream at somebody in your chat, Jew, you know, and you can't do that either with Zionist, right? You can't do that either. You can't use that as an insult. So that's Twitch's TOS, and that's perfectly fine. That's how we do things around here anyway. So I have no problem following that rule. Not a big deal. I'm happy to criticize Zionism because it deserves criticism. But I do agree that we got enough problems in our life, and slinging around more disrespect for folks doesn't get you too far. I know that's coming from me, who's happy to shit on people. But yeah, we don't, you know. It also gives, you know, the goals of Zionism, which are very genocidal. It gives them more ammunition to use in their massive propaganda project. That is, I mean, just one of the best. One of the best. Anyway, we gotta get to it, folks. Wanted to update everybody with this very important kind of, statistically looking at how the situation is looking. Right? Solidarity is supposedly more effective than opposition. Yeah, no, I mean, I can vehemently disagree with a Jewish person who fully supports Zionism or a full-blown Zionist without, using Zionist or Jew in a derogatory way. You know, there's plenty of ways to criticize someone who's supporting the ethnic cleansing of a region without weakening your own argument by using those terms. That's a lesson that I don't think Destiny will ever learn. I mean, he's supposedly a parent, and if being a parent doesn't teach you how counterproductive that kind of debate tactic can be, then I don't really think anything else would. Anyway, let's get to the news, folks. We're going to start off with the assholes section. We got all kinds of beautiful assholes, just tons of beautiful, puckered, tight assholes. You wouldn't believe it. Shit flaked, clean as a whistle. Just a cavalcade of anal orifices. Welcome, Borderline Feline. So we're going to get started with the assholes. Then we're going to jump into the USA news, and I'm going to be reading a lot of articles. But I've actually read the articles, and I've highlighted the articles. Wow, he's actually doing his job, folks. He actually did something in his fucking life. Yeah, congratulations. So we're going to talk about that. We got some world news, Ukraine and Gaza, but might have to, move Ukraine and Gaza over to tomorrow to do a special stream just for those two because, always so much to say about those two situations. I mean, how shit is Joe Biden? I mean, honestly. He's so bad at this. Oh, his economy. Whoa, his inflation's going down. Is that the only metric we're going to use to judge a man's competency for the United States president? Is that he was a mildly competent manager of the incredibly exploitative economy? Oh, gas went down 50 cents. Price of eggs went down 25 cents last week. Yeah, it shot up 400%. Things are still not as cheap as they were when Biden got started. Well, he can't control the economy. He's not Houdini. Bitch, there's all kinds of crazy shit you can do. And at the very least, subsidize the American people. Add a game called The Getaway to your PSN collection. It's an oldie, but a lot of fun. Well, there's two of them as well. There was a sequel. It's rather short. Boy, that game is a clunk fest. The Getaway. Very interesting, though. Experimenting with, zero UI, like you had to, your damage was represented by the blood stains on your suit. A very dynamic cover system that was really, really finicky. And my God, the driving. Oh, okay, look, I get it. Super authentic. It uses the blinkers instead of giving you arrows, right? So if so you do get some guidance. But the driving model, just terrible. And they really went way too far with the realism on these London city streets that are designed by maniacs from the 1700s or something, 1600s. Back when castles and horses and carriages were a thing. So you got it but you're all jerking all over the place, man. The fucking driving model is just so unfun. They fixed it a little bit in the sequel, but it's like a fucking fart in the wind, man. Black Friday, I think is what it was, something like that. Anyway, yeah, The Getaway, fascinating stuff, and it's really. I didn't actually beat it. I haven't actually beat either of them. But what was really interesting to me is it's Sony kind of, giving the auteurs an opportunity to make something interesting. And it's like they need to get back to that. Okay, stop trying to make the next multiplayer, whatever, obsession, the multiplayer obsession that someone's going to dump 10,000 hours into and buy every expansion. If you get lucky, if you support artists who are creative, you might get one of those. But what you need to do is let artists create art instead of a bunch of suits sitting around a bunch of numbers and charts and going, okay, how do we replicate this? Sony. They should make a remake. It would have to be a remaster. You know what I mean? It would have to be a remaster because that game is so clunky. It's not clunky in a good way. It's like it's a clunky in a ew. 5 minutes into this, I fucking hate my life. Aiming a gun, atrocious. Aiming around cover, totally inconsistent. And the goddamn graphics to get all that shit to work, to get the character models to get looking as, you know, to make them look as well as they did. The fucking environments, you're like it's stuck in the fucking back rooms. There's barely a texture on the fucking wall half the time. So, yeah, no, it needs to be a complete reimagining. You know, it needs the fucking Alan Wake treatment. But, you know, Alan Wake was great. I don't even know why they're going back. Why are you doing this? Why are you wasting your time? Alan Wake was mwah. Why are we doing this again? Keep the story going. What are we doing with Alan Wake? I hear it's great. It looks good. What are you doing? It was already awesome. It already looked great. What are we doing? Okay, is this a news program? 12 minutes into this, and we're talking about video games. You get me talking about PlayStation 2 games, I tell you. The Big Room, welcome back. How ironic is that Joe Biden ended up as the transitional president from Trump to Trump. So, I mean, look, you have the Democratic neoliberal establishment it has itself to blame. Joe Biden has itself to blame, and you'll see it, man. Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are gonna fucking fly into the grave with a big shit-eating grin on their face, like I nailed it. I nailed it. My insistence that this is the right way forward is definitely the way to go. Let's get an update. I got a lot to talk about assholes. Don't worry, Joe Biden's in the menagerie of assholes, in the cornucopia of assholes that I have laid about the table. We got Joe Biden in there too, don't you worry. But let's get an overall understanding of what is happening. You know, what is the situation that we're in, okay? So let's do that. Let's just get that started. Overall, you know, This is science, folks, okay? You're going to want to know this. This is stuff you can take back to your kids.
It's a troubling time for humanity in more ways than one, which is why my team and I have worked tirelessly over the past 3 years to study potential solutions to the many problems plaguing our society, our species, and our world.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, our conclusion, essentially, is that you're fucked. Just absolutely rammed.
Oh, man. Fuck, she's from Harvard.
Politically, environmentally, personally, there's really no facet of your life where you aren't completely and totally goddamn boned.
Oh, fuck.
Like 6 ways to Sunday. And the reason we know this is because of the data.
Right.
We used an advanced regression model to find that you are either totally, entirely, or marginally fucked.
Okay, well, I might be the 0.05%, dog. That might be me. No, that's okay. No, that's Trump and his kids and his shit-eating kids, and Elon and his shit-eating kids, and Jeff Bezos and whatever kids that he decides to adopt or whatever happens. It's not you. It's not me. Oh, okay. Can I be in the 13.5%? No. No. I get totally fucked. Okay. I'm quiet compared to the video. I mean, if you could see the motherfucking... All right, I have turned down the source video. Back to the Harvard-educated scientist here.
Any other non-fucked scenario is statistically insignificant.
Oh, shit.
Taken as a whole, our findings suggest that at the end of the day, there is nothing you can do to avoid being fully and devastatingly dicked over.
Oh, fuck.
Ironically, the more you struggle against it, the more fucked you are, which is why our recommendation now is that you just bend over and take it. But if I could offer one glimmer of hope, it's this.
All right.
Even though you and everyone you love are all thoroughly and utterly fisted, it will all be over soon.
Oh. Okay. All right, well. Okay. I mean that's just like her opinion though, right? You can't trust the Onion over here. Even though they are scooping up media organizations left and right, the conglomeration happening. Thought we'd get this little Zoomer update here. This was really funny. Important news from a fish. Whatever it takes. Spelling mistake in the section title, by the way. Oh my God, really? Where? Okay, what's the mistake? fuck, grindstone, meat, nose, fight or get out of my way. What's the typo? Where did I fuck it up? See, that's how bad I am. Still, yeah. Hey, I know that company. They own InfoWars. All right, let's get this fish update while I fix this title. Destroy? Oh my God. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Shut the fuck up.
Me. It's me. That's to me.
News! The satirical news publication The Onion has bought Alex Jones's InfoWars at a bankruptcy auction. The sale was backed by families of Sandy Hook victims, whom Jones owes more than $1 billion to after losing a defamation lawsuit. The Onion acquired the conspiracy theory platform studio in Austin, Texas, as well as all other assets.
Yeah. Okay. Did you hear that, children? Did the fish help you understand the world? Is that really why? No, it should be this, right? Is that right? I don't know anymore. Here's a clip I've had on my computer forever. It seems kind of like pointless now. Dear Lord, the fish has a future in media. You know, Zoomers like to make these comments like, I would unironically watch this. No, you fucking wouldn't. No, you fucking wouldn't. This story? Oh, okay. All right. I think I fixed it. So I don't know. It feels like these clips where it's like Ben Shapiro is clearly wrong. Oh, Ben Shapiro actually doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just making shit up as he goes along, pretending to be an expert. It like, thank you. I'm so embarrassed by how bad my spelling is. But no, these clips, they don't hit as well when they're winning. When they just when they win the popular vote, when they win everything, right? They got a supermajority, the right wing. They got Lady Liberty just ready to go, dude. Everything is showing up Millhouse for these horrible, horrible people that are so wrong, you know. And it's I know. There's the millions and the millions of people who are, oh no, they're not. They're so right. He's so right. No, he's objectively wrong, you know. And it's like it's so tiring because it's like, wouldn't it just be easier to just nod your head to Joe Rogan and all the rest of, you know, and Jordan Peterson and all the rest of these, and just go along with these morons who listen to these idiots who are everywhere. They're in our lives. You can't convince them otherwise. No amount of, you know, convincing. They have to suffer. They have to feel it. But they vote. And then maybe you think you're talking to a friendly ear, right? You think, oh, okay, maybe I'm talking to somebody who knows what they're talking, who's like, you know, they're not a insane right-wing person. And then they hit you with the, oh, I'm not political. Both sides bad. Then you realize, oh, they don't actually even know what a midterm is. They don't know that votes happen every 2 years instead of every 4 years. They reflexively turn off anything related to politics and they know everything about entertainment, but they don't know jack shit about the world, how, you know, the government and how things are run around them, any of that, right? They don't hate people like Republicans do. They don't necessarily want to see other people suffer like Republicans do. But they're also doing absolutely nothing to defend democracy from the oligarchy. They when you start saying words like oligarchy, they start thinking you're fucking, you know, you're crazy. Do I have this queued up? How do I not have my? Wow. Okay. I need my conspiracy button. You know, they think you're cuckoo. I had to look up how you spelled embarrassed. Why are there 2 R's? English sucks. I have no excuse. I'm just stupid. You know who's also stupid? Millionaire Ben Shapiro, who, you know, if we're lucky, won't receive some position in government by the end of this nightmare, whenever that is. Here's Ben Shapiro getting completely owned on a subject that he should be, you know, he claims to be very knowledgeable on. Religion.
That the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral.
Yes.
So how do you account for God permitting something and giving you details?
So he's talking about the fact that there's instructions on how to keep a slave in the Hebrew Bible. And it's like slavery's wrong, right? You know, it's like, yeah. Okay. But
Do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God permitting something and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
He's not permitting me, permitting my great to
do something immoral.
To do something
immoral.
That in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
Right.
but was it immoral?
By today's standards
who's
that
the
were
moral
developed by the
relativist?
Judeo-Christian tradition, sure. By today's standards developed under the Judeo-Christian tradition, immoral.
Who's the moral relativist now? A moment ago you say that the great success of religion is providing a sort of untouchable moral basis that sort of transcends human affairs and human debates.
right, and he's constantly saying government needs to do this and government needs to do that based off the book. The government's got to do that and this and that and this. I get to tell you how to run your life. I get to tell you what to do with your body. I get to tell you what to do with your kids. My book. And then there's something in there that's like, okay, so you support slavery then, huh? Like your book. Oh, no, not that. We don't support that. Just all this other stuff. And I'm going to do everything in my power to have a government that enforces these beliefs on you. But I'm the free speech patriot. I'm the free speech liberty patriot. Liberty patriot. Oh, by the way, I fully support and put all my effort behind a fascist dictatorship that's going to fucking destroy democracy. Freedom, liberty. We're still fucking choking this down from this fucking charlatan. You don't have to be smart to know this guy's stupid.
And now when I say, well, look at this, open your own religious scripture and look at this blatant immorality, you say, yeah, but, well, that was considered to be fine at the time. It's considered to be bad now by the progress of Judeo-Christian
there's a question
values. Who's the moral relativist?
Well,
Yeah. I'm sure he had a whiz-bang reply to that. And I do think that this is cut early, 50 seconds, right? Give him a chance to say his stupid rebuttal. But yeah, it's a pretty great point. Welcome back, Rebel Phoenix. But it's also like bittersweet, right? Because the fucking Ben Shapiros of the world won. And they didn't just win, baby. They won huge. This is the worst case scenario. I need to stress that. This is the worst case scenario. It hasn't even begun, and it's already begun. What the fuck? Are you trying to defend that? Still not convinced we made it. Yeah, this is all just some kind of emergency that the Matrix is kicked into or something. Welcome back, female eunuchs. It's bittersweet. Here's another thing that's kind of bittersweet. Albert, bitch. What do I do? Am I going to let you stick around? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, dog. Absolutely not. What do you even say to that? It's probably not true, first of all. But also, what is this leading? What is he actually trying to have the stream turn into? Some discussion about Slavery, is it good or not? Underage sex, is it good or not? These fucking crypto fascists. Holy shit, man. They think they're clever. Just because a lot of people in their fucking bubble are stupid as shit. Listen to their nonsense. Oh, hey guys, did you know slavery good? Slavery's good, by the way. Here's this one cherry-picked example of Stockholm syndrome, and everyone worked out. Everyone was happy. Uh-huh. Moving on. By the way, I'm a huge fan of Kanye West. No relation. No connection there. I really love Kanye West's whitewashing of slavery. I think those comments are really based. Good stuff. Just saying. I'm just saying I'm a fan. I also eat at Chick-fil-A. Okay. Get it? Okay. Get it? Pepe Frog. We won. We won with this nonsense. We won. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we fucking know. You won. Oh, you won big. Ching, 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 ching. That's the sound of the fucking, slot machine. Pumping out those coins. Big win. Checks. Well, I mean, these guys, I think, literally think Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk is going to cut the government to shreds, and you're going to what? Get a fucking check in the mail? Your taxes are going to get cut? You fucking clown. Put the nose on right now, you fucking clown. Oh, he's going to cut my tax. Donald Trump's going to cut your taxes, huh? Oh, yeah. What are you going to do about it if he doesn't? Protest? No, you won't. Not once you see what happens to the lefties when we protest, because that's a guarantee. The lefties are going to get out. Absolutely. And Trump is going to use the full force of police willingly. Police are going to happily do it. And he's going to try. We've already heard him flirt with the idea because he knows how much civil unrest there's going to be. We've heard him try to talk about justifying using the military. But he's going to have the full cooperation of the United States police force to bust some heads. He's going to crack liberal heads open left and right. Are the pussy, cowardly, man-child, pampered conservatives going to take time out of their masturbation schedule to crack some skulls with the police? No. Absolutely not. Trump, mark my words though. Prediction for those who are smart. Chem Goblin, you have a good memory. Prediction. Hopefully there's a Ukraine and by the time I have time for this prediction to come true. But my prediction is that we will be seeing right-wingers in the streets right along with left-wingers clashing with police by the end of this Trump 4 years. 3 years, I think 3-4 years into it. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this absolute nightmare. My memory is bad. No, it isn't. Bold prediction. No, this is the worst case scenario. These guys, I mean, look what they're talking about with Doge. I mean, we got it over here. Welcome, Thinking Saber Cat. But yeah, prediction right now. We will be seeing right wingers in the street because things are going to be so bad. Things are going to be epically bad for farmers, for every industry, everything. Our only hope is that he literally dips his toe into authoritarianism, gets all the tax cuts that he wants, and then the mass deportation turns into a complete debacle, right, with tens of thousands of people in the streets. all kinds of chaos. And then his proposed economic changes are like everyone in his orbit are like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to ruin my industry. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to ruin hospitality. Apparently, a lot of undocumented immigrants work in the medical industry, taking care of elderly people. Apparently, that's a job that undocumented immigrants work at, is elderly care. So, I mean, our only hope is that he gets cold feet. And so he'll get cold. Maybe he'll get cold feet on those, and then he'll start, devoting most of his time. He'll just like, okay, we're done with it. I give up. We're not doing the mass deportation thing. Total failure. What a disaster, right? He just flips a switch because he can just do that. He just flips a switch. Okay, we're done with this. We're done kicking in doors and black bagging and, trying to fill buses and, literal concentration camps, deporting whole families. Okay, we're just done. We're just done with that. But what I'm worried about is, we talk about the midterms. We talk about every 4 years. What? I'm fairly certain that Donald Trump is going to manufacture something. There's going to be some kind of election crisis. There's going to be something. Bino, welcome. And I got COVID because of it, so it's not something I want to do again. Well, Rebel Phoenix, it's got to be done. I think you would agree with that. And it should be a well-paid, well-trained position. It shouldn't be a race to the bottom, for-profit endeavor. Anyway, let's get back to the story here. So, I got this tweet here. So it turns out the latest right-wing superstar, Joss Cedar, whose rise to fame was dressing in drag to infiltrate the LGBTQ spaces to prove, quote-unquote, trans women aren't women. This is crazy. Was dumped by a trans woman and was so hurt that he tried to fake his own death. She exposed him, and he's been grifting ever since. So this guy rose to fame pretending to be a drag queen, pretending to hate it, but being really, really good at it, so he was able to infiltrate. Is in a full-blown relationship with a trans woman, and he goddamn well knows it. It goes south. It goes south probably because of this stupid stunt. This ridiculous fucking stunt probably had a big thing to do. I agree. Thinking Sabercat. I'm actually already on Blue Sky. I have an account there. It's not like I use it, but I'm going to be taking some time out of my life to go through my X, all my follows, and go on Blue Sky, follow all, try to follow everybody that I can find, and then I will click, and destroy my X account. It is happening. Don't you worry. It's just I got a bunch of other shit in my life. That's what's going on right now. What is Blue Sky? It's the replacement for Twitter. It's a replacement for Twitter. Yeah, Stephen King's. A bunch of people are jumping ship. So anyway, I just think this is hilarious. It's wild. He's a hypocrite, right? He's currently doing the right wing grift. How I left the left. I was just trying to. It'll be a garbage heap in 3 years as well. I mean, yeah, if Jack sells it, it's the same guy. The guy running Blue Sky is the same guy who started Twitter, and the guy's and Jack Dorsey, whatever the fuck his name is, he's a multi-millionaire, up his own ass neoliberal jackass who still gets along with Elon Musk and still right, refuses to criticize this piece of shit because he's a coward. So yeah, we should all be going to Mastodon, but come on, it's just not happening. That interface is wackadoodle. Okay. I dig it, But I also enjoy the movie The Matrix. Yeah, but it's objectively better right now. It's objectively better. So, speaking of steaming piles of feces right in front of you. Wait, were we talking about that? I'm afraid we are. Mastodon. Well, Mastodon. I think Mastodon will outlive us all, though. I mean, like, because really, it is the open source. No, Matrix is amazing. But, you know, it's like normies don't get the Matrix. They think the gun, pew pew, the guns are cool, the effects are cool. They don't get the fucking, you know, simulacrum, right? You know, they don't understand any of that shit. They don't get that. Or the fucking Jesus allegories and all that shit. They don't have the fine taste required to enjoy the interface of Mastodon, is what I'm trying to say. They're normies, okay? It's got to be soft. It's got to be rounded. It's got to be idiot-proof, you know? Not modular. Oh, we can't have modularity. We can't have options. We can't have things look different. Everything has to look the same and have the same UI language. It's like, why? You know, Mastodon says why? Do what you want. So I think Mastodon is, I don't think it's dead. I think it's essential. And honestly, I'm talking about the underground over here. It's where guys like me should be. I should be watching Mastodon like Chemgoblin does. And, you know, when dictator Trump shuts Blue Sky down, where are we going to be looking to? It ain't going to be on X. You know, X is basically what? That's government. That's basically a government social media now, right? Government state media, Twitter. So it'll be on Mastodon. Well, any open source social media, anything is going to have that problem, right? Moderation is an incredibly difficult thing to do on social media. Remember, Earth as a Starship Trooper was perfectly fine in their fascist laws, media, and Nazi clothing. So, wow, you know, it's so wild. The book was in full support of military fascism, military style fascism. The movie was lampooning the book, and, you know, and in effect also lampooning modern society, because that's where we're at. You know, when the teacher is walking around with his arm amputated, and he's walking around and he's saying, violence is the most, you know, important language, that, you know, it's the most important thing, it's the most effective thing. It's called satire. It's called satire. You shouldn't be watching that guy going, no, that's a good point. It's a good point. We should be more violent. Yeah, Chemgoblin, it's great. Hey, so talking about fascists who need to be shipped off to the fucking space planet to fight a bunch of fucking bugs, because that's where he thinks he lives. Yeah, exactly, Sticks. Yeah. Black people. Gay people. Minorities. Okay. Here's the part where I defend a steaming pile of feces. Does anyone in their right fucking mind think this was a smart move? Think this was a productive move? Okay. The left needs to start rejecting, you know, because like the left is so quick to go, ah ha ha, fuck around, find out. We get to do it. It's good when we do it. If the shoe was on the other foot, and some schmuck showed up to my door, the left wouldn't say anything, first of all, because no one knows who the fuck I am. So we'll just get that. We'll go over that. It shouldn't use me. David Pakman. There we go. If the shoe was on the other foot, and it was some schmuck showing up to David Pakman's door, what would we say? Oh, violence. Oh, look. See, look, they're Nazis. Oh. You don't know what mace is? Chem Goblin, help me. You got to meet me halfway, homie. Look, type mace into fucking Google, and it's not the rapper, okay? It's not the musician. So is Nick Fuentes in the right for macing this stupid woman who looks like this? Is Nick Fuentes in the right for macing this stupid woman? No. It's a wild overreaction to the situation. It's a wild overreaction to it. The video is pretty interesting.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing?
Right. His stupid voice. Get the fuck out of here. Takes her phone. Right. So of course, I can't help but say, hey, this is exactly what he wants to do to minorities. This is exactly what he would like to do to liberals. Let's be real. Anybody of the left persuasion, anybody who doesn't agree with his ethno-Christian mindset, this is exactly what he wants to do to them. So I do need to point that out. But I also need to point out, because I'm the only guy on the left who can do this apparently. Go to your favorite other online leftists and see if they do this. But the left needs to call out the left for being counterproductive, for being useful idiots. We got to stop saying, ha, 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 fuck around and find out. Oh, you said her body, my choice, and then you got doxxed. Then some stupid woman shows up to your door. Ha, ha, ha. Because that's all you see on social media is a bunch of leftists saying, ha, ha, ha. And I understand that social media doesn't represent all of leftism. But you'll see this, you'll see it flirted with on MSNBC as well. That Lawrence Taylor dude with his smug delivery implies that, this is what happens. Doesn't help. At the same time, what do we say? I'm so full of contradictions because what do we say about those people that resisted Nazism, in the early days, right? That famous picture of that guy standing with his arms folded at a Nazi, everyone's given the Sieg Heil, and he's got his arms folded. He's like, I don't know what the fuck this is about, right? We hail him as a hero. We hail these people as heroes, the people that stand up to fascism early. And I'm sure at the time, people told those people, you're being counterproductive. So, I'm full of contradictions here. Nick Fuentes is unashamed of his full-blown support of fascism. Unequivocal, unequivocal. Just like straight to the point. I like Hitler kind of dude. And his ideology, his ideology has never been more in power. If you think about it, even during the times of World War II, was fascism ever this close to American power, right? Because technically we're not at the whims of a he's a Dunning-Kruger fascist, but it's all about Trump. It's all about making Trump happy. It's all about Trump. So if the Nick Fuentes shit the mass deportations, right? All this, the inhuman shit doesn't make Trump popular. People start hating Trump. People stop investing in Trump, because of this. He could very well just abandon a bunch of these fascist principles that he promised all these useful idiots. Catholic fascism, he's not a fan of Roman, yeah, okay, right. We're splitting hairs, but yeah, you're probably true. You're probably right. Anyway, interesting footage here. So he locks his door, then he kicks the phone. Tough guy. So it's wildly counterproductive. Don't do this. This doesn't help. You didn't help. At the same time, though, I mean, if they spend $88 billion, it'll probably be $100 billion a year deporting 1 million migrants, deporting 1 million people from America, just dumping them into random countries, I guess. Will she be hailed as a hero? Because Nick Fuentes is going to be laughing and cheering and be like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened, while he's showing footage of people being, forced at gunpoint, whole families being forced at gunpoint into a bus or a van, and forced into a country that, some of them have never been to, because we're talking about deporting dreamers. We're talking about deporting, adults who were born in this country, but parents were illegal immigrants. So they've never been to Guatemala, and now they're going to be fucking dropped off there. So is this goofball, clearly a goofball. She's even got the fucking purple hair. So would this goofball actually be retroactively considered a hero if we start seeing that, right? If he starts doing what he promised. Someone said, I hope I get deported, and I was shocked because I'm a black American. Where would I be deported to? Africa. That's the kind of shit that Nick Fuentes would say. Make Catholics stay, even though American Catholics are 70%, there's actually a smaller minority than Hindu Americans. They literally could deport anyone and they get the ball rolling, credit deportations, whatever. So I have a lot of mixed reactions. Fascism needs to be, shut down. Doesn't it? Or is the only choice in a democracy is to let fascism win, let it get really, 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 really bad, and then we're justified in defending ourselves? I mean, because Nick does everything except wear the fucking swastika armband, and he's got one. He's got one. If you know anything about this creepazoid, he's got one. I'm sure the founding fathers meant for us to define democracy every 4 years. Yeah, good point. Point. All right, I don't have time for this video. Well, I do. I have time for... Okay, we do. Do you want to be offended at the stupidity of young people? Do you want to see the effectiveness of right-wing propaganda? But do you also want to see the failure, of the neoliberal establishment to inspire the youth? A black woman couldn't get any of that Obama energy. Couldn't get any of that. Couldn't convince these guys who love Joe Rogan, by the way. Couldn't convince these guys. That her policies were better. The main reason why is that classic neoliberal strategy of setting expectations instead of, making real substantive change. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is a really pathetic, confused individual. Absolutely. He's a very pathetic man. Wasn't he busted looking up gay porn or something recently? 6 months ago, that came and went. Yeah, he came and went. Kamala is one of the most uncharismatic politicians ever. Absolutely. She could have won, though. She could have won had she embraced the working class, had she embraced the Bernie-style politics, instead of Dick Cheney and the and the neocon patrol. Would she have snagged every young male who listens to Joe Rogan? No, of course not. She might have snagged, one of the 100 million plus Americans who sat out the election, though. Might have actually gotten some of those schmucks to vote. Oh, a vote for Kamala is a guarantee that she's going to lower my lower and middle class taxes indefinitely. Like a big idea. Like a big idea. And that's, but we can't do that. Oh, then the people who donate to my campaign and donate to down ballot Democrats are going to stop donating to us if we talk about a middle class tax cut. Can't do that. It was once again right back to the consultants, right back to the Democratic consultants. Hassan is look. You know how Joe Rogan is a useful idiot. Hassan is just an idiot. He's not that useful. He's not that useful to the left. He's just an idiot. Joe Rogan is helping the right. Oh, baby, is that moron useful? Hassan needs to take a vacation and watch some fucking news. Get some information back in your life. What does that guy do when he's not streaming? Spending his money, enjoying his life. He's a rich guy. Going out, having fun. Where's the discipline? So anyway, no, Kamala could have won. Joe Biden did her no favors. I agree somewhat with this narrative. I don't agree fully because this is what Nancy Pelosi wants us to think. It was Joe Biden's fault. It was Joe Biden's fault. Nancy Pelosi had Joe Biden's back until the debate. Then it was like, oh shit, maybe I fucked up. Oh no. But it was back Biden all the way until the debate, Nancy Pelosi, following the usual neoliberal strategy and template. So they tried nothing new. They didn't inspire anybody, and yeah, they have to. Yeah, but the main reason was, of course, abandoning the working class, and that wasn't that didn't start with Kamala. Started with fucking Clinton. Look, I like Hassan, nice guy, handsome fella, right? Nice dude, okay? But look, you're wrong about one thing, you're wrong about a couple things, right? And you're like, okay, oh shit, I got to hit the books. Fuck guys, okay, looking back at what I said, oh shit, I fucked up. He doesn't do any of that. He doubles down on the stupidity. And he lets amateur shit throwers like Destiny walk all over him in an argument with his tangential support of some of these what he would consider resistance movements, but he doesn't articulate the difference between a terrorist organization and a resistance movement. There is a difference between blowing up an oil tanker and taking one hostage. And that's what we're seeing the Houthis do now. Create fucking environmental disasters with their insanity. So you sit there, you sit there holding a bag for a fucking, terrorist organization, religious terrorist organization. Yeah, thank you, Sabercat. Yeah, thank you. I knew that happened just recently. He's a pathetic individual, Nick Fuentes. But being pathetic doesn't stop you from getting close to power. People like Trump love pathetic little wieners like Nick Fuentes, enthusiastically licking his boots and encouraging as many dummies to listen to him to do the same thing. You know, the only reason Nick Fuentes totally fucked himself with his, you know, because he, like every other pundit on planet Earth, they won't say this now, but every other pundit on planet Earth, including me, was like, I think it's going to be close. I don't know. These poll numbers look, you know, kind of interesting. I know the polls are shitty, but are they really going to be as shitty as 2016? Is that even possible? It was possible. It was possible. So he thought, you know, Nick Fuentes over here thought Kamala was going to win. So he's all like, Trump needs to be more racist. Trump needs to be more identitarian. He needs to be more fash. He needs to be more fash to win, or else I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to bring my groypers. I'm going to bring my groypers along. You're going to see. And then he didn't do shit. All he did was piss off his daddy. Now he's going to have to spend the next 4 years fucking apologizing to get close to him again. That ship has sailed, Nikki baby. You fucked up. Totally agree, Chem Goblin. And like, I think Hassan is less pro-Russia than Destiny is pro-Israel, because Destiny is pro-Israel. You know, Israel's going to be rolling into the West Bank, and Destiny's going to be all about, you deserved it, might makes right. Destiny's just going to be cheering it on, the annexation of the West Bank, sitting there with egg all over his fucking face, doesn't care. Whereas Hassan will be a little bit more respectful, I believe, maybe, to the hard decision that Ukraine is going to be forced to make because Donald Trump is going to side with the Kremlin when I mean, Russia is on the back foot, man. I mean, they're desperate. Putin is desperate, bringing in North Korean troops. The guy is fucking the Russian military is fucking crippled. You could be the president that fucking elbow drops Russia. I mean, you could be the guy that the history books can't leave out. You know what I mean? And he's not going to do that because he wants a fucking casino or something in the fucking, you know, Moscow. Are you going to make that work out for me? Oh, that'd be great. I'd let it be Trump in big gold letters at the Moscow, just like the big gold little thingies on top of your fucking building, whatever the fuck they're called. Looks like ice cream. I don't know. I like ice cream. I get the ice cream from McDonald's. Anyway, I want the big Trump letters in Moscow in gold. It's going to be fucking gorgeous. It's going to be great. Thank you so much, Putin. You just go fuck over Ukraine. That's okay. I'll put a hotel in Ukraine in 10 years. It'll all be fine. I'll put a hotel in Crimea. No one cares. Welcome back, Gaius. Oh, absolute zero. This is the worst case scenario, and people are still processing this. And, you know, honestly, I think they're going to be processing it until the fucking tear gas canisters start launching. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be processing it until it's like, oh, this is real. This is really, really happening. Okay. He's taking way too much power. He's doing shit no American president has ever done. He's pushing aside the Justice Department. He's completely politicized and gutted. They do whatever he wants. He's doing whatever he wants to the American population. None of it's good. We will see right-wingers in the streets with the lefties. They show Melania's junk on, yeah, who cares? He was probably, Trump is the kind of guy that's like, yeah, isn't that right? That's the slab that I got. That's the fucking beefsteak that I get. Yeah, that's right. Be jealous. That's the kind of guy Trump is. You think this offends him? You think this is a gotcha? It's a fucking high five. This left-wing sneako is something noticeable as sneakos when you hear what Trump say, listen to other ideas, try to act like their own because they lack a personal opinion. It's a good point, Sabercat. Because that is my main criticism about Hassan. He's a bit of a poser. I'm sorry. I'm not fucking Slavo Zizek. I'm not motherfucking, you know, Mr. Political Genius over here. Okay? I get you. I'm a trailer park reject. Okay? That's me. But I know the difference between right and wrong. My mom was able to teach me that, you know, in the trailer. What's right and what's wrong. I don't need a degree to know when I'm being, you know, when I know smoke is getting blown up my ass. You know what I mean? And God damn it, I try. I try to get the information. I try to get it from multiple sources. You see me do it. So I'm not trying to claim that I'm a genius here. That's the shitty part of it, is you don't need to be like academically smart to know that you're getting fucked over here. To understand what a quid pro quo is. You don't need a degree. Seventh irrelevant. How you doing? Video time.
Status Coup. We're on YouTube.
Status coup?
Coup. C-O-U-P. Yeah. So tell us, you're from Philly?
Look, instead of pausing and screaming at the fucking screen until I want to pull actual organs out of my body through my throat like some David Cronenberg. I'm just going to play the video. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back, all right? All right? If I didn't have a kid, I'd be drinking a little mushroom tea right now, if you know what I'm saying, okay? You know what I'm saying? I can't take this video, okay? I think I'm going to go watch a fucking snuff video or something, all right? I can't watch this.
Yes, sir.
Is this your first time voting?
It is.
Okay. Yeah, you're about 18, 19? 18. Awesome. So, what was, oh, okay. Awesome. So, tell me, if you want, who you voted for, why'd you vote for them?
For sure. Trump all the way. I voted for him because I think that, first off, he's funny. Second off, I think that... He's president. Yeah, I think that he's going to do a lot for the country.
Wait, let's just slow down for a second. The first thing, so you're basically voting for... Because he's funny.
He is pretty funny. That's one of the reasons. Maybe it's
Are you going to a late night comedy lounge, or are you voting for, like, maybe start nuclear war here?
I mean, no new wars under Trump is what I'm saying. No new wars under Trump. New wars under Biden and Kamala. And I feel like we were all living better when Trump was in office, except for COVID. A bunch of unemployment there. All the prices of everything is so high. He first president to make peace with North Korea. Didn't even get a Nobel Peace Prize for that. I just feel like we need a change of office.
Mm-hmm. And for you, when you say no new wars, you're basically talking, obviously under Biden, things have gotten worse with Russia, Ukraine. Things have gotten worse.
Only president in years to have no new wars when he was in office. He kept us out of wars and kept other people out of wars.
You care under Trump, even though there was no hot wars. He increased us droning around the world. Obviously, didn't cut the military. Didn't get us out of Afghanistan. You have a problem with any of that?
No, I like that we stayed in Afghanistan.
Really?
Yes, I do.
How come?
Because of the terrorists that were there. I was pissed that Biden pulled us out of Afghanistan.
Interesting. So, with Trump, you like that no new wars, but you wanted him to stay in Afghanistan.
I don't think Russia would have invaded Ukraine if Trump would have won in 2020.
Really?
I don't think Israel and Palestine would be happening if Trump was in office.
You think other countries are more scared of Trump, I guess, so they wouldn't mess around?
Yes, I do. Trump.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, you get the point, right? It's all the talking points. It's all the right wing talking points. Did you get to the part where he's like, I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan. I'm a big fan of Joe Rogan. And look, these people will always exist. They will always exist. Our only hope is that they either become disengaged from politics because it no longer represents their ignorant POV that their daddy taught them, or we can, get them to our side. What we can't do is what the neoliberals do, is strategically depend on changing their minds. That's Kamala thought she could change these guys' minds. Okay? That's what Kamala thought. And she thought she could do that without going on Joe Rogan. Shut up, Tisriel. Welcome back. Nicholas, good to see you. Kids say the shittiest things.
Made NATO actually pay up for once. And he didn't.
Right, bro. We got to make NATO pay up for once. You don't even know what the fuck that means, Junior. It's funny, though, because the NATO situation is actually one of the things that is he's a broken clock about Trump is a little bit. Not that we should leave the alliance, of course, but that more pressure should be applied on you on the member countries that are not paying their dues. Going to have teeth like that meme about British teeth. What? Florida City votes to remove fluoride from drinking water? Yeah. Citing JFK Jr.'s comments is one of the reasons. So this is great, you know. None of this stuff, none of the fluoride stuff has ever been, anti-fluoride stuff has ever been substantiated. Fluoride in the drinking water has been, you know, one of the main reasons why Americans have much better teeth health. There's no correlation between autism and fluoridization. Doesn't matter. Just these. Okay, I knew that was fucked up. Something was fucked up in my headset. Something didn't feel right. You know, it's like you got your underwear on backwards or something. Kamala Drive, Democratic side to lose. What's next? So, yeah, we're going to get into that. But to answer your question very briefly, Nicholas, what's next is the neoliberal establishment learning nothing. The narrative is that it's basically Joe Biden's fault. We'll get him next year. You know, the Liz Cheney stuff wasn't it. The message really wasn't it. You know, they're saying, oh, Kamala Harris ran a historic campaign. She gave it her all. She did the best she could. It was Joe Biden's fault. Because what would have changed America's mind is 200 more days of the Kamala campaign. Some say, yeah, you know, if it was longer, then that would have given her time to see the mistake that she was making demographically and pivot. That would have given her time to see that, oh, hey, we're not talking about the working class. We're getting completely stomped on this economic question. We need to have a bigger idea. But they wouldn't have learned that. What does the Democratic establishment do when they receive information that they don't like, that doesn't fit into their narrative? They reject it. They reject objective reality. When their numbers say, "Oh, you need to talk about the economy more. You need to have a big policy idea. You know, you gotta match Trump on that. He's talking about tax cuts for everybody." He's talking about cutting inefficiencies. You know, you're not talking about that at all. You're basically, you know, you got to step away from Biden. You know, you can't be defending Joe Biden's presidency while you're also saying you're going to do things differently, while you're saying you're going to do things the same. So that's the argument for more time. But they would have given her that data, and she would have done she would have done jack shit with it. Because that's what they do. They will never learn. Okay, so that's the answer to your question. What happens next is that the neoliberal establishment learns nothing. They're going to just try another Kamala. They're probably a Pete Buttigieg. It's going to be a straight white guy. People are talking about Gavin Newsom right now, you know, because he kind of matches Trump's sleaze. Straight white guy, you know, but he's like more of a city slicker, cleaned up, you know, straight white guy. Metrosexual though, right? So you know, he can kind of, you know, lean around there. And then, you know, but people are also talking Pete Buttigieg, you know, but it's definitely going to be straight white guy. They're not going to go woman, that's for sure, because neoliberals don't learn the right lessons. So it goes back to what I talk about. What do I talk about when ultimately I talk about how we need, say it with me, to assimilate the neoliberal party, right? And if you've been watching the stream, that's what I always say. We need to assimilate them. That means in 2 years, in these midterms, we lay it on them. Because what are we going to hear? What are we going to hear? You can't come after us now in this critical election. You got to back the blue no matter who. You know, Blue MAGA is going to come out in full force to say, you got to back us now more than ever. That's what the text message that Nancy Pelosi sent me a couple days ago said, right? Oh, you got to give me money. I epically failed. You got to give me some money for it. Pathetic. But that's what we're going to hear it once again. They're going to shame you. Oh, you can't do the Bernie stuff now. Now's not the right time. Now's not the right time. You got to let the adults in the room run the show. Okay? if we're lucky, we get a midterm that isn't completely saturated with unchecked, unbridled corruption, where Republicans sweep no matter what happens, no matter what vote happens, right? Because we're going to see every election change in every right wing, now some newly right wing states, right? We're going to see them change all the rules, make it nearly impossible for any kind of left-wing movement, neoliberal or otherwise, to win an election. You know, we'll see if they get their shit together in 2 years to actually do that. But every single modification and change to the rules is going to be approved, no matter how draconian, no matter how pro right wing it is. It does not matter. The gloves are off. Shame is out. Shame is running naked through the streets, jacking it. That's what shame is doing right now. Who can be our new Bernie? Everyone says, look, if we build it, they will come. If the people build a movement, we will get our Bernie. It will not happen the other way around. Bernie had a slight sliver of an opportunity to create a movement away from the neoliberal establishment, and he didn't do it because he's a coward ass bitch. He had the movement in his hand. He had the movement in his hand, and he chose his good friend Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi over us, the people, who wanted him desperately to challenge the neoliberal establishment that he continues to rail against with almost tears in his eyes. He's fucking trembling, talking about, oh, Joe Biden did okay, but you know, he just did okay, but this entire establishment is also completely up its own ass and doesn't know what it's doing, but you know, he can't. You know why? Because he doesn't want to get Ralph Nadered. He doesn't want to get Ralph Nadered. If we build it, they will come. You bet. You know, it's a great place to get laid, a protest movement. Homeboys. You know? Ladies see you marching down the streets talking about no justice, no peace. They want to ride, boy. It's a great way to get laid, a protest movement. Young men of the world. These guys don't get it. You're not going to be getting laid telling women, right? Because it'd be really funny. I want to see this kid, like, you know, trying to lay the Mac down, right? Oh, that's cool. You're on Instagram. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I voted Trump. Oh, my God, you voted Trump? Yeah, I voted Trump because of the economy and everything. Trump wants to control my fucking body. You think you should be able to control my body? No, well, no, I mean, I don't, I mean, it's, Trump supports me not being able to get out of my own marriage. Was it no-fault divorce? You think if you marry me, I should ask your permission to divorce me? Oh, well, no, I mean, not really. I didn't really vote for Trump on that stuff. I just voted for Trump on the, oh, come on, man, I just wanted to get laid. I'm so sorry. He's gonna be tucking away. He's gonna be tucking away his little Trump sticker, right, next to his unused condom. Sorry, buddy. Better luck next time. How do you think these tools will react to Project 20 taking away their porn? I mean, you know, it's just like it's Sabercat. I mean, as much as I want to be like the fear-mongering leftist, you know what I mean? Surely an authoritarian dictatorship understands the value of, you know, keeping pornography around just in terms of social unrest. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a great way to lose the incel crowd. You know, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that the theocratic, insane people, that Donald Trump just, like, you know, he plays them as fools, right, to get what he wants, but he doesn't really believe in that shit. He's a total heathen. He's a fucking rapist pedophile. Donald Trump, he doesn't fucking believe in religious morality. He could give a fuck, right? He could give a fuck about pornography. I saw this meme. I thought it was kind of funny. Accused of sexual harassment, yes. Matt Gaetz, yes. Elon Musk, yes. Your local drag queen, likely no. Investigated for child sex trafficking, no. Yes, no, and no. Oh, so there's only one there. See, not so bad, guys. Come on, quit being so hyperbolic. Trump derangement syndrome. Found liable of rape. Yes, the judge definitively said, yes, Donald Trump, guilty of rape. Yes. Matt Gaetz, I guess we'll find out. Elon Musk, no. Associated with Jeffrey Epstein, shows a picture of him and Trump. Used the same lawyer. And then here's a picture of him with Giselle Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, Ghislaine. I don't know how to say her name. She's being shielded. Instead of being iced like Jeffrey Epstein, she's being shielded by the powerful now. Doesn't have to pimp Maxwell, exactly. Ghislaine. In Idaho and Utah, that is. Right now, pretty much impossible to watch internet porn without a VPN. Really, Clutch Cargo? It's actually that bad? Is that image of Gaetz edited? No, that's that's him right out. He was criticized actually for that because he was oranging it up, trumping it up for the big guy. Maybe we'll start seeing that more. These clowns will start oranging themselves up like some Jersey Shore reject. Is this worth a read on Project 2025 Patreon? I'm not quite sure. Go ahead and post that in the Discord, and I'll be sure to take a look at that and let you know next stream. For fuck's sake, so this Seth Abramson, I'm not sure who this is. He kind of looks, like a, I don't know, guy, social media guy. For fuck's sake, this reads like baby's first federal department. You got Elon Musk over here talking about what he's going to do with this Doge department. What's your screaming? Every Saturday at the very least, and I try to squeeze in some streams throughout the week as well. Smaller 2-hour streams. I didn't this week, though, because I was recovering. I needed a fucking break. So I watch news 24/7 instead of talking about the news 24/7. That's what I call a break. But listen to this idiot. All actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. Anytime the public thinks we're cutting something important or not cutting something wasteful, just let us know. Oh, veterans are going to let you know, Elon. We will also have a leaderboard for the most insanely dumb spending of your tax dollars. This will be both extremely tragic and extremely entertaining. Steve Goodwin then pointing out, it's rather disturbing when someone connects extremely tragic and extremely entertaining together. Usually comes from a sick mind devoid of empathy. I think the tragic that he wasn't thinking, Steve Goodwin over here is assuming that Elon Musk is thinking about human beings at all, because the tragic that he's talking about is the government waste. Oh, can you believe we're paying for diapers for single moms? This waste is tragic, bro. Epic fail, bro. Single moms need to go to the store, am I right? Doge it up. Cutting it, bitch. We gotta get to 2 trillion, even though the budget's not even 2 trillion. We're gonna cut more than the budget even allocates, because we're fucking insane. Fun fact, Roman Emperor Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus nicknamed Caligula nominee his horse as senator. Caligula hated that nickname. Did you know that? I did some research on Caligula recently. Really, the idea that Musk, a guy who spent $4 billion on a moon lander platform that has no piloted tests and hasn't even moved beyond low orbit for a 2025 moon landing plan. Oh, look at Nicholas over here. Most sites just decided to block the entire site. Really? Otherwise, you need to provide proof of age each site. Proof of age? You mean like, here's a scan of my driver's license or something? Meanwhile, here earning money off of porn will be legal soon. Oh, in Ukraine? Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I don't like exploitation of young, vulnerable women. I don't like that. But at the same time, there's absolutely the cat's out of the bag when it comes to pornography, and outright banning it is not going. It's not going to make it go away, and it's not going to make it any safer. Either. It's going to actually make it more dangerous because, like abortion, it's going to be forced into the underground in the land of no restrictions, in the land of, insanity. It'll be, back to the fucking, dark days. Nihilism. Fucking nihilism. Welcome, Zio Duke. Trump nominee sound like a Caligula kind of thing. JD Vance. Yeah, I mean, he does exactly what he's told, and that has really served him really, really well. So what does the man who has gotten in every position of power, every step of the ladder, he's gotten there because he's done exactly as he's told, groomed up and down. What happens when that guy is the leader of everything? Nothing but good. It's going to be awesome. Good times is actually what the fuck's going to happen. This is the benevolent dictatorship that history has never seen before. This is going to be so, as Perrin says, based. It's going to be really great, guys. In the UK, they tried to put a firewall on porn. They gave it up, and they realized that the Chinese version caused 4.5% of the China's GDP. Yeah, I mean, that kind of surveillance state, ain't cheap. Because they're not just policing, they're not just policing the content. They're in the social media, they're in the individual comments, they're looking at your messages, they're looking at your profiles. That requires thousands of people to do that, if you have a population in the billions. So what happens when Elon doesn't like what Trump says, or vice versa? So I've read several articles about that, how, that there's going to be a clash. There's going to be a clash of egos. And I think that's going to happen, pretty soon, but pretty quickly, because, I think this is going to happen quite a bit in Trump's universe, because he's surrounded by all these people that are telling him, I'm a maverick, just like you, Donald Trump. You're a success, not because of the fact that you started on third base and slid into home and called yourself a success. No, you're a success because you're a hard worker. And I'm just like you. I'm a maverick. I go against the grain, right? All these contrarians, these grifters, these con men in their own right, or women in the case of Ellie Stefanik. They're all telling Trump, oh, all you need to do is this, and then all the bad shit, all the stuff you don't like, the stuff that makes other presidents look bad. Just let us come in there. We know what we're doing. We got the big ideas. We got the big plan. And he's like, yeah, finally, we're going to actually get in there and we're going to do something. I think there's some kind of a twisted altruism to what he thinks he's going to be doing. And then the motherfucking check gets cashed, right? And the markets start reacting, and the people start reacting, and then it's nonstop. Fuck you, right? And that's okay, right? We'll stick the cops after that, make him go away, just like my hero Bolsonaro, make him go away, use force. I can do whatever I want now, and the cops have my back. I could crack heads all day, and no one fucking cares. Yeah, that's all well and good, but it's gonna start hitting his pocketbook. It's going to start hitting his pocketbook, and that's when he's going to actually care. What do you mean I can't have a casino? What do you mean I'm a war criminal and that looks bad and people don't want that in your country? What do you mean I don't get my casino in Moscow? I thought you were my friend, Putin. I gave you Ukraine. I gave you Crimea, and now I don't get my casino. What's going on? That's when he's going to give a shit. That's when he's going to give a shit. And he's going to start, of course, because I'm perfect. I'm the motherfucking omni-Jesus. I'm fucking perfect. So, right. So, and then that's when the shit is going to be, people are going to get fired and the cavalcade of maniacs, right? God, I said this during Trump's first administration. And thankfully nothing besides COVID happened, right? And that's kind of like equally happened to everybody. But America has never been more vulnerable. And, not to just military attack, which I don't think it's that vulnerable to military attack, right? That's probably one of the places where it's the least vulnerable. But it's vulnerable to financial attack. It's vulnerable to, to an economic attack. This would be the time if you had some kind of economic ace in your pocket, say like China with a shitload of debt, of American debt, right? If you had some kind of, something, some catalyst to make this even worse, right? Trump starts flinging, he actually does the tariffs, economy starts dippity doing, and you're like, this might be a good time to destroy the dollar. The goal of the Chinese government for decades, by the way, like number one goal, destroy the dollar, nuke the fucking dollar. It's our number one source of power, the United States. Our number one source. Fuck a nuke, dude. It's the buck. It's the buck. And that shit's on the chopping block with Trump. I'm just saying, now's a great time. Right? Now would be a great time to pour it on and try whatever you've been planning for the last couple decades. Your allies want it. Russia wants it. North Korea would be laughing their ass off. Right? So I'm not going to read this article, but I just wanted to add, Mike Huckabee, just a religious zealot, would jump for joy seeing Israel annex the West Bank and the Fed uranium standard. Yeah, Boeing stuff. Welcome back. Hardcore religious extremist Mike Huckabee, now ambassador to Israel. Worst case scenario, absolute worst guy to put in this position, will 100% say, yep, do whatever you want. It's all for your defense. Yep. Right until the last Palestinian is booted the fuck out. Mike Huckabee will be like, oh, they want peace. They want peace. They want peace. And then the moment the last Palestinian is booted out, he'll shift his tone to, well, that's just history. That's just, that's just the past. That's just the past. We're moving forward. I don't want to talk about that. Mission successful. We got him. Mission successful. We got him. It's over. The Palestine is over. It's almost done. They're talking about annexation of the West Bank. Come on, it's done. It's done. Will there be any kind of resistance in the West Bank? How do you organize a resistance when the West Bank exists not as a contiguous region, but as a bunch of individual little islands? You could easily send the IDF to just surround every one of these little hamlets, kick everybody out. Anybody that stays, they get it fucking obliterated. Hamas, oh, you're Hamas, you're a fucking you get zeroed, dude. They just, someone fired a missile. Annihilate everything. They fired a missile out of there. Kill everything. Human shields, tunnels. There's tunnels everywhere. It's over. And Mike Huckabee, with a big fat grin and two big fat thumbs up, will be cheering it on every step of the way. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Please, someone for the love of God, tell me I'm wrong. This religious huckster pretends, is that right? Be a sign or warning, yes. This religious huckster portends apocalypse for if you're Palestinian. This is the end of you having a country. I got to find a more eloquent way to use that word. I love that word. Moving on to the next thing. So, if you're going to use a pretentious word, you got to use it correctly or you look like an asshole. You're smarts. You're farts. But actually, the most ridiculous people were here. Muslims who voted for Trump. That's coming up. Sabercat, I got a little something for that. Thank you for that link. We'll keep Times of Israel out of the stream for today. But this, the right wing right now, all over social media, right? We won. Oh, man. Doge is coming to a government building near you. Look at this, man. You better pack your bags. Government employees studying the sex life of beetles. Oh, my God. What a complete waste of fucking time, bro. Can you believe the government would spend a single dime of my hard-earned money that I earned at Subway? The government would spend that money on studying the sex life of beetles? Bro, that doesn't help me, bro. Right? Right? That doesn't help me, bro. Back in reality, a dementia drug based on a chemical discovered in an exotic type of snail was just invented. Studying the reproductive habits of insects has allowed us to increase crop yields. You think you're making a good point, but you don't even have the capacity to realize how dumb you are. 100% Connor Rogers with the epic slam dunk on Insurrection Barbie, who should be in fucking jail. Oh my God! What's next? What's next? Are you gonna study, animals? What, for body armor? Yeah, you know how like some spiders are able to weave, weave something so intricate, so strong, with basically nothing. Oh my God. And all these schmucks are going to be defending all of this, right? Because they don't. Some of them are still confused about how to, do we defend Trump for the vaccines or do we criticize Trump for the vaccines? Do we defend Trump for North Korea or do we defend him? He created peace with North Korea, bro. I thought good old Huckabee transitioned to being the old guy from relaxing pill ads. I mean, he bided his time. He stayed loyal to Trump, never wavered. Maybe, I don't know, was he ever a never Trumper? Did he ever? Maybe there was an early Huckabee era where it's like he's immoral. But Huckabee, if I recall, has had his mind right for quite some time. Stayed very loyal. Has been stayed in the news cycle by being a podcaster after his political career. An infestation of Japanese ash borer beetles just took out about 70% of American ash trees. Why would the government spend time researching Japanese ash beetles, bro? I'm a genius. I'm hoping Mike Lindell gets a White House job, hopefully press secretary. You're funny. You're actually fucking hilarious, Sabercat. You know, you know what it feels like, Sabercat? It feels like we're both standing in the lakes of hell, and you're just slinging these fucking bangers, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty fucking funny. I mean, Lake of Fire, but yeah, that's a good one. That's pretty funny, bro. Anyway, my skin's melting. Fucking banger Mike Lindell joke, bro. We have so much to do. Like, the left doesn't even know how to protest. Like, I mean, is that, you know, once I move to California in the next couple months, you know, in the next month, I'll be moving to California. And once I get set, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be living at my goddamn parent-in-law's house, you know, for a couple months. But once I get my own place and I get stabilized, I think we're going to have to do how to protest, how to be an activist. AOC is pro-Chad. No, am I hearing this right, AOC? No does not mean no. No means try harder and find another way. The world really is changing. Yeah, that's what she's saying. She's pro-rape, bro. What a hot take. I assume she's talking about nonviolent direct, you know, direct resist. You know, I'm reading this from Woke Patriot literally as I'm thinking it. It's so weird. Like right at the same exact time you said that. So weird. But yeah, no, so she's talking about the most patriotic American thing on planet Earth, protesting your government, right? Getting in the streets and, you know, demanding change. I thought no meant no. The American people said no to wokeism, so that means they say no to everything. Oh, now you're coming at me with this pro-rape rhetoric? I thought rape wasn't cool, AOC. Got it. Got it. I'm a genius. The American people decided, bro. No means no. No more wokeism. That means we're right back to 1950s style racism, guys. Just go ahead, Trumpers. I mean, do you think there was any Trumpers, you know, like the day after the election, were just like, I get to say it anywhere. We won. He's just slinging N-bombs everywhere. Gets his ass kicked immediately. Oh, we won. What do you mean? It's Trump America. You can't do this to me. No, don't do it, bitch. Don't do it. There had to have been at least one that was like, I get to say it now. All of his friends are like, bro, no, you got to wait till the inauguration. Once Trump's in, then you can say it. Like he goes up to a coworker that he's worked with like his whole like for 10 years, and he just like points right at her and just throws the hardest N-word right at her. I get to say it now. I get to say it now, Betty. N-word. N-word. I get to say it. You think there was at least one? No means no. No means no. You big N-word. There had to be at least one. Betty is a strong, proud black woman, and she's put up with Stevens' 10 years of bullshit. She's worked with this right-winger. Listen to Ben Shapiro all day. Okay, she's put up with this shit long enough. This N-word nonsense, no. Steven gets his ass kicked by Betty. That's how that story ends. That's how that made-up story that I just created, that's how that one ends. There had to have been at least one Trump supporter who's like, yeah!
Because no is not a final answer. We need to have the mentality that no means find another way. No means try again.
Yeah, so she's talking about rape, guys. She's not talking about the near impossible challenge of change, you know, of challenging the neoliberal establishment, something like that. No, that's what she's talking about, guys. Sex. That's all the right wingers can think of when they see AOC. Oh, she's hot, bro. She's hot. Oh, she's hot, bro. That's all they can think of. Oh, what if rape was cool?
No means look somewhere else. No does not mean stop trying.
Right. So clearly, wildly out of context. Wildly out of context. AOC clip from the right wing. Go figure. So, I mean, I just wanted to read off one of the texts from Vivek Ramaswamy. This is it's so outlandish. It's so ridiculous. Look, I understand Elon Musk can do this to Twitter, right? And there's not a lot of consequences. You know what I mean? Because it's just one company, right? The federal government, it's not a company. It doesn't, we're 50% of federal bureaucrats, that's tens of thousands of people now unemployed across the nation. It's so ridiculous. I thought she meant go gay. I don't know what she was talking. It was out of context. I don't know what the context of what she was actually talking about, right? She certainly wasn't talking about how I've changed my mind on rape. And now I don't think no means no. I support this. I'm AOC and I support this message. So here's Captain Genius over here, who should be nowhere close to power. This man who is in power because of his slavish, sycophantic bootlicking. Utterly pathetic. If you were in another room with this man, along with Trump, you would be physically cringing and in disgust at how he is just, oh, yes, oh, whatever you want, Trump, whatever, oh, I just love you so much, you're just the most amazing, oh, Trump. Pathetic. Groveling. On day one, instantly fire 50% of federal bureau. Day one. Come on. We're still talking about day one? You're not even going to give yourself a week? And here's how you do it. It's actually really simple, guys. This is simple math. If your serial number ends in an odd number, you're fired. That downsizes government by half. Absolutely nothing will break as a result. It doesn't violate civil service rules because mass layoffs are exempt. Shut it down. It's so absurd. It's so naive. It's so dangerous. I refuse to believe, I don't think it's not going to be day one. I think he's going to try to do this. Not through serial number. He's trolling us. But they just think half of government, cut half. And then things will get better. I understand, oh, hey, we have two departments kind of doing the same thing. Right? Oh, we need to consolidate these two things, right? This doesn't make much sense to have two departments doing the same thing, right? Okay. So I understand auditing and efficiency. This is, this is like you're an 8-year-old playing SimCity. You know what I mean? And you're like, there's crime over here. So you build 6 fucking police stations. No more crime. Right, and then the year goes by, the budget screen shows up. Oh, why is my expenses so high? Why does my police want more money? I need to cut the taxes of the police. The police want so much money. I'm gonna cut the taxes of police, and that's gonna make things better. It's like 8th grade, 8-year-old playing SimCity, dude. You have no clue what you're talking about. And you're over here day one, instantly fire. I mean, I don't believe any of it. This avoids civil service protections, and that's a good thing, right? No bureaucrat can claim their firings were politically motivated. No, or they could claim that every one of these firings was politically motivated. Further firings can be executed with a chisel, but step one needs to be an unrestrained chainsaw or else it just won't happen. So just throw a grenade into the federal government and then pick up the scraps. Genius. Genius, guys. The party will never end. The good times will never end. With ideas like this, you know, people like Vivek, you know, other people have said this before, and they're much smarter, I'm sure. But people like Vivek are really, really, really good at breaking shit. They're absolutely atrocious at building anything. They absolutely depend on the creativity and hard work of the people that are around them, and the only reason they're around them is because they have money. Welcome back, Knighted Tomb, by the way. I forgot to say hello. And absolutely nothing. I mean, it's just insane. It's madness. It's totally insane madness, and it's so absurd. I refuse to believe it's going to be day one, but I do think they're going to get in there and basically try to do what they did with Twitter, and I think they're going to do it. And the ramifications. I mean, I can only think of like 3 or 4, right? I'm thinking of like DMV. I'm thinking like Veterans Affairs. That's gonna be all fucked up. People who have the government pay for certain things because those certain things make sense. I mean, it's just, I can't even, I'm not that even good. I can't even think of, I mean, it's just, this idea that the federal government is just literally wasting, and like literally doing nothing, providing nothing. I mean, even it has to affect even rich people. Right? I mean, rich people, I guess super uber rich people don't need driver's licenses. Yeah, I guess. Isn't Vivek an anchor baby, an illegal immigrant, and an anchor baby in charge of government efficiency? Is that true? ATF can suck a dick. I'm tired of paying $200 for tax stamp on a suppressor. So the solution isn't to destroy the ATF, the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's to audit these things. I can't, because I'm no fan of the ATF either. I remember being a hunter. I remember being a fisherman, and fucking ATF guys come walking up on you in the woods out of fucking nowhere. And you're like, leave me the hell alone. Can I get away from the government even here in the woods? But at the same time, if you didn't have the ATF, you'd have people overhunting, overfishing. They'd be destroying areas, polluting, doing all kinds of heinous shit. I mean, I remember I saw a guy using a high caliber sniper rifle on the side of the road, right? He was just driving along, pulls over, gets out a high caliber sniper rifle and starts sniping deer. He doesn't, he's shooting a fucking 50 cal or something at these fucking deer. He doesn't know if there's a house or something, behind that bullet. Oh, yeah, no more regulations. Just let dumbasses do whatever the hell we want. I don't know if it was a 50 cal, right? 50 cal would be absurd. But it was definitely like totally, illegal. Because you're just supposed to use like a 2022 long rifle. You're not supposed to be using no fucking high powered snipe, 5.56 or something like that. Not supposed to be doing that. I'm just going through here, guys. Why do we even have the Department of Education? Why? Our state should be doing that. Our federal government should not be involved in the education system. This is Rick Scott. I think he's been tapped to be part of Trump's government. Maybe head of Department of Education. Is that Rick Scott? No? That's probably why he's being talked about in this context. But privatizing even the simplest amount of schooling, That is not going to make poor Republicans' lives any better. Tim Pool says, do the Second Amendment. We should have a nuclear missile if he wants. Yeah. He's such a goddamn idiot. And he wouldn't even call himself a libertarian, even though that's like one of the hallmarks of libertarian thinking. No, technically I'm a up my own assocrat. Technically. I think nationally we did better with education, but we didn't have a Department of Education. Wrong. You got anything to back that up besides I think? Oh, I think a net negative. Department of Education has been a net negative. I mean, I do agree. Yeah, in the international ranking, it's dismal. No, I don't need that. No, what you are saying is that we would be better educated without any kind of Department of Education. That we're better off without a Department of Education. Because we're somehow supposed to, in between fucking lunch breaks at the Amazon warehouse, now millions of Americans are going to have time to teach their children how to read and write. Oh no, they're going to pay Jeff Bezos. They're going to pay go to Amazon school. Go to the Amazon school, then they take the money right out of your paycheck. We don't need a Department of Education. Education doesn't need to be provided by the government. We should have private companies provide the education, and then we pay for it. I want my taxes to be low. I want low taxes. But Amazon garnishing my wages so that my kid can go to Amazon school to learn how to read and write and then learn how to stack boxes. After he claimed children should have guns to stop. No, I didn't. God, that sounds vaguely familiar, Sabercat. You'll have to look that one up, but it does vaguely ring a bell weirdly. Whoa, lunch breaks? Get away from that leftist bullshit. Yeah, we learned at the Amazon school that lunch breaks are bad. Wonder why Trumpers have such an issue with DEI when they love their DEI electoral college. We need to be fair. Land should vote. Eating is woke. Gonna get even more Mormonism taught in schools in Utah. Yep. Already they set up education centers next to public schools where most everyone goes for an hour during each day. Yeah, was it the Utah governor that recently made an announcement proudly saying we're getting the Bible back in schools? But look, here's the thing though. I don't agree with what Bound TRS is saying about how it's going to be a net positive that we don't have a Department of Education. But I will agree, and I think all leftists who understand, the dismal state of U.S. education in the United States, I think they would all agree that it hasn't been effective at teaching critical thinking. It hasn't been effective at teaching science or math. Men, male, kids, boys are flunking and failing and barely passing. There's no pipeline, obviously, for a high school kid to go into college and not have to worry about bankrupting himself. So I don't think any leftist would disagree with that the Department of Education has been ineffective. But I totally disagree with this idea that it's going to be a net positive to destroy the Department of Education instead of just reforming it and turning it into something that's actually concerned with, teaching children how to think critically instead of turning them into fucking zombies, basically, right? Because that's what the current system does. So there is some fair criticism to the Department of Education, but this idea that we're going to fix the problems by getting rid of it completely and replacing it haphazardly with a cobbled together private system that's going to be a big race to the bottom. Right. It's like I said, like the reason why I'm talking about Amazon school is because that's what's going to happen. Right. The big company, Walmart. Right. They're going to, we built a little school in our Walmart so our employees can you know, when they come to work, they drop their kid off at school. 77% of teachers are female. I'll just take your word for that, even though you're on Kick, and that's a dangerous thing to do. Most leftists that believe in organized government believe education should be legislated and or administrated, anarchists notwithstanding. Yeah, it's clearly something that needs to be provided by the government. Pew Research. Okay, whatever. I don't understand its relevance to what you're saying, but okay, to what we're talking about. I'm okay with the education, you know, being 77% female. It's fine. I don't understand what you're talking about. I would think even if it were doing better without the DOE, the fact is that now currently the system is built on it, and with it, you don't open the door on a pressure chamber. You know, yeah, exactly. Bad things happen. Yes. You know, he's talking about day one. Day one, we're going to cut this. Day one, we're going to do this. Day one. I mean, and they're not going to do it day one, but they're going to try to do it as quickly as possible. And yeah, you know, like I said, haphazardly cobbled together education framework, private education framework. It's going to be like PragerU, dude. It's going to be all PragerU shit. Oh, let's do PragerU, but just across the nation. I'm a genius. I don't know, Frag. I don't know. I mean, they're going to, yeah, because, I mean, certain state education departments are going to be dismal, right? You're not going to, you know, a person who passed all the tests in Kentucky isn't going to mean shit. You're going to have to leave Kentucky to get your schooling somewhere else. Okay, Jumbled Up. Once again. Okay. Well, you know, most teachers are women, and half of women voted for Trump. Okay, and? Well, you know, that's just those are, I'm just saying. Okay? Yeah, we're gonna Trump University, PragerU. But no, I mean, Knighted Tomb or Fragwitz brings up a great point that there's gonna, you know, certain colleges, you know, Harvard isn't, you know, oh, you got your college education in Kentucky, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. You know, you're going to have to go back to a college in California or, you know, a college in Wisconsin or something to reapply for your high school degree because we don't, you know, you've been taught that the earth is flat, and you've been taught that, you know, God is king, and, you know, that God created the animals, and we actually, you know, we can't give you a scientific degree if you believe science doesn't exist. We understand that you were taught that in your schools by your conservative government. We understand that. We regret to inform you that you were taught a bunch of lies. You were taught to reject the scientific method, and we're not going to give you a science degree if you reject the scientific method. It's literally diametrically opposed to academia. Liberal indoctrination camp, yeah. I got my degree from Kentucky U. Woo! I believe in Jesus, I believe in the Bible, and I believe in Jesus, and I also love guns. Where's my science degree? Oh, I got it right here. I'm using it as a coaster for my Bud Light. Oh, cracking another one for high education. Don't judge me. My education is just as legitimate as your woke liberal education. Mm-hmm. Who's the discriminator? You're the discrimination. It's you. You're discriminating. Oh, with your highfalutin. See how it goes? I mean, it's a big joke to us, but I mean, you know. So this is interesting. Even what's her nuts, Laura Ingraham. I was going to call her Laura Loomer for a second. It's the Crusades all over again. See, I mean, simply, Steve, our only hope is that Trump, he's going to let these guys do what they want for a couple months. And then the results are going to come in. Guys, you told me I was going to be popular. You said America wants this. You said this is going to be a good thing. Everyone fucking hates me. I think, I think that might be there might be a silver lining that Trump is willing to throw away all these extremists because he cares about what people think about him. Hope? Hope? You have a national DOE that mandates a few things of the states. No, I mean, Bound, we would need a National Department of Education to have standards that need to be met by all states. Not just a few things, but there needs to be standards that are unified. With that said, I think where we could find agreement is that we should have a nonpartisan, non-political, transparent, government-funded body that has scientists, academics, educators, but also the American people on its board, right, that actually handles making decisions instead of bureaucrats and politicians. And the reason why we want it publicly funded is that we don't want corporate interests to be involved in our education system, right? That's kind of what we're trying to... We don't want that, right? You don't want that, Bound. Do you think corporations, private industry is going to run our education system better? Do you really think we're going to get smart, independent thinkers out of corporate America run education system? So this is interesting. Fox News host Laura Ingraham. Tulsi Gabbard is Tulsi Gabbard as director of national intelligence? ? You'd think Trump had given it to Putin himself. And it really is. It's just a total joke. Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian shill. She is a Russian shill, dude. And now she runs the department. This is like a Bond movie. This is like a nightmare. This is some kind of fictional nightmare. She is compromised. She is totally compromised. She is going to give Putin and Moscow some kind of weird connect. Dude, she's gonna give him something. Putin is gonna cash that chip. He is gonna cash that chip big time. Give me something, Tulsi. You gotta give me something. The Army isn't making this, even if you were correct. The Army isn't making this decision. A civilian who is likely compromised himself, Donald Trump, is making this decision. Jackass. Oh, I mean, even Tulsi's an expert psychological warfare. Oh, I'm pretty sure the Army knew who's a Russian asset better than you. They don't make this fucking decision, and they're respecting their oath. They're respecting the civilian government, and they're not intruding on a civilian president making a civilian decision about a civilian who's been chosen for this position, who's now going to be heading National Intelligence, Director of National Intelligence. What is that? Is that CIA? They have her in the 361st. She wouldn't be there in the Army, though you're a moron. You think you don't think there's Russian fucking traitors in the US Army right now as we speak? That the U.S. government doesn't have any Russian spies? Oh, the U.S. Army would know. The U.S. Army. And you don't think it's possible that someone who used to be part of the military would also later, it's impossible for them later to become compromised? What, are you this naive in real life? What, have you been ripped off by a bunch of scams and you don't even know it? I have a lot of evidence, actually, that Tulsi Gabbard is compromised. Here, I can give you the latest. Here's the latest. You absolute idiot. You useful fucking dough-headed moron. Here's the latest bit of evidence to prove how fucking stupid you are. Here we go. Here's a clip. See if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the clip. But there's a clip of her being asked point blank, hey, Tulsi, is Putin a war criminal? And she dances around it. Where was the interview? I have the clip. God damn it. Russia scrubbed it. Russia scrubbed the internet. See if I can find it on YouTube. Trump's pick of Tulsi Gabbard likely to be welcomed by Russian state media. Here, let's watch this one. Here, I'm sure they'll mention her being asked, "Hey, is Putin a war criminal?" and her dancing around it and not answering the question because she can't call Daddy Putin a war criminal. But here we go. 2 minutes of this. Let's see. Oh, this is mainstream news. None of this is real. None of this is real, right? Oh, look, do I even need to show it then, Pilot? Fine, I don't even need to show it. Look at that. He literally hasn't seen what I'm going to show, and he's already, it does not real. It doesn't make her an ass and none of that matters. She just disagrees with you? No, she disagrees with America. She's a Russian shill, dude. Yeah, exactly. Estonian, exactly. Hey, Pilot, is the Russian invasion of Ukraine justified? They had no choice because of NATO, right? Make this easy for me. I'm not even going to waste anybody's time. Look, there's no point. Is there any point in presenting any kind of evidence to this guy? What's the point of wasting my time? None of that's real. It's not real. She's not an asset. It's fine. Let's move on. Hey, Pilot, I asked you a direct question. Russia was justified in invading Ukraine, right? They did it because NATO, they had no choice, right? Mr. Pilot, who bombed Nord Stream? You know, it might be Ukraine. It might have been Ukraine. That was the last bit of news that we had, is that there was 2 guys from Ukraine who were being questioned. That's it. That's the last bit of news we have on Nord Stream. And Germany is super pissed, of course. And Germany is actually doing like a legitimate investigation, trying to find actually who did it. But they don't have conclusive evidence either. Pilot, one more opportunity to answer the question. Was the invasion of Russia justified? So here we go. The U.S. is an aggressive, who attacks its own allies. Can't blame them. There it is, folks. Thank you so much, Pilot. God, my finger has been itching, absolutely itching to do this all day. Oh, no. Bye-bye.
Stop fucking crying, bitch. Where? I don't want to fucking hear it.
Bye-bye. Back to the gulag for you, buddy. So talking about ridiculously stupid people who say ridiculously stupid things, here's another one. Kanye West, welcome back. Welcome back, Woke Patriot, if I haven't said it. But this guy of this interview on CNN, I should have the whole interview queued up if I was actually doing my job properly, but someone on Twitter posted this, right? Quote, I don't regret supporting Donald Trump, even if he deports me. Bro, please have some self-respect, bro. Please. I'm begging you. He's got like a Batman Forever t-shirt on. He's like a 40, 50-year-old man. And look, I got a video game t-shirt on, okay? It's a video game t-shirt. I just don't debase myself while I'm wearing this T-shirt. I have no self-respect for myself or my people or my culture. It's okay. I'd still vote for him. Really? Is that what you're going to talk about in the fucking on the bus, on the fucking Stephen Miller bus? Not the Stephen Miller band, but Stephen Miller, the white supremacist who's going to be kicking your ass out of this country because he doesn't like the color of your skin. I mean, is he really going to be doing that? They're like bouncing along. It's all quiet, right? Because it's finally happened. They're the racism has finally reached its peak. The mass deportations are happening, so they're just quietly accepting their fate. This guy pipes up. I mean, Trump, the economy under Trump wasn't so bad. I mean, if it wasn't for the deportation stuff, we would probably all really like. So that was the interview with Mehdi Hassan. I mean, look, we all know, right? We don't need a bad actor who's pretending not to know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Tulsi's pretty good. Oh, I don't know the reality. She's not technically an asset. One excuse after the other, after the other, after the other. It doesn't matter what evidence you present me. I preemptively reject it. None of that's real. Oh, I don't know. Waste more time on me. Right? That's what they want. I think the person you were talking about is Jill Stein, not Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, was it? Oh, you're right. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's so embarrassing. Yeah, no, it was Jill Stein who said that. Yeah, hold on. With Mehdi Hassan. Yeah. Okay, this is why I couldn't find the video.
You haven't called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, but you have called Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
No, actually, we did. Yeah. In my very first...
So, I was mistaken. There is still... Hold on. Hold. Don't cancel me yet, please. Don't go back to Hassan. Hold on. Don't go back to Vosh. Hold on. Stay here. Thank you for the link, Sabercat. There is a lot more evidence than just her being in a gotcha interview that I was mistaking her with Jill Stein. The reason why I mistaked her with Jill Stein is because I put them in the same boat. Compromised. They dance around the topic of Ukraine. They dance around the topic of Russia. So okay, hold on. Let's get into it here. Wait, no. We can't use, hold on. We can't use Hillary Clinton, Sabercat. You can't send me a link that's basically, well, Hillary Clinton said this. Okay. So now we have to watch a video. Now we have to get into the actual reality here. I thought you were Vosh. I am greater value Vosh. I'm Vosh with less viewers. See? Okay, let me try to find something that isn't NBC and Morning Joe, because there is some. Oh my God, and not Debbie Wasserman Schultz either. Please, someone kill me. Okay, so The Hill, who often does pro-Russian propaganda, is rushing to the defense of Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, that's pretty apparent. Jesse Dollemore, who... What was my problem with Jesse Dollemore? I think Jesse Dollemore is pro-Israel. He's not bad, though. I just want the evidence. I don't want someone's opinion, because there's lots of evidence here, and I want to get it right. Obviously, I'm mixing up my compromised Russian assets here. But let's stay away from MSNBC, and let's stay away from The Hill. Here we go. The Guardian. Okay. There's still some respected. The Guardian can be respected somewhat. All right, so let's get into it here. The Democratic lawmakers are slamming down Jason Crow. Yeah, so people. So this is the kind of stuff, that deep questions about where her loyalties lie. This is the narrative about Tulsi Gabbard that person was pushing back on. Quote: "We get a lot of intelligence from our allies, and there I would be worried about a chilling effect," he said. So we got from Debbie Wasserman Schultz. These are the same people that were shouting Russia, Russia, Russia. That's why Hillary Clinton lost, right? That's why I'm skeptical about using them as a proper source here. There's no question I consider her someone who's likely a Russian asset. Yeah, I don't want to hear from Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Abigail Spanberger, another House Democrat in the Intelligence Committee and former CIA case officer, said X that she's appalled. Someone who has aligned herself with Vladimir Putin and Bashir Assad and trafficked in Russian-backed conspiracy theories is an unstable and potentially dangerous selection, Spanberger wrote. The objections to her nomination transcend partisan politics. This is a matter of national security. Yeah, Spanberger, not so great. Guys, I promise you, this is real. But it's not exactly the same as Jill Stein, where Jill Stein is like, okay, she can't even answer that question. She should be interviewed. Tulsi Gabbard should be interviewed by Mehdi Hassan. Yep, it's unclear. Moderate Republicans, everybody knows. Gabbard's Democrat representative. See, none of this. So this is just this isn't enough, man. We need the juice. We need the good stuff. The juice. I need some juice here. Okay, I want the facts. Tulsi Gabbard, Russia, facts. FAKS. I did that intentionally. Picked for DA, immediately smeared as Russian agent. So I'm very curious to watch this. I'm going to watch this in my own time. I don't care that the stream is slowed down completely. I don't want to spread misinformation. I back up what I say, that Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking Russian asset. Russian mole, spy agencies worried by Trump's selection. Here we go, WION. These guys are right-wing, WION. These guys totally back... don't they back Russia, WION? Yeah, I think these are the Indian news channel. They often back Russia here. So I'm curious. Maybe they'll have Tulsi Gabbard's back just like the Hill here. All right, I'm curious now. Let's watch. Yeah, I know. I mean, time now we've the against the aid for Ukraine is an obvious one, but it could also be clouded in, I'm just a fiscal conservative. I'm just a fiscal conservative, right? You can kind of hide under that. You could say, I like Ukraine, but I'm just a fiscal conservative. So, that's you're right about that. Her support of Ukraine, but her support for not funding Ukraine is an obvious one. But I didn't bring it up because that can easily be obfuscated. So let's hear. Let me hear from this one here, because what I want is just some of the actual facts, right? Who she's associated with, who she's worked with. She's too goddamn close, man.
Asked what Trump 2.0 would look like for Ukraine. And as the days go by, and as Trump finalizes his new cabinet...
But yeah, I agree with Woke Patriot. I don't, that guy was an asshole, and I'm still going to leave him banned. But at the same time, I also don't want to spread misinformation.
The answer to that question is getting clearer, and it might surprise you. Let's start with Trump's pick for U.S. National Intelligence Chief, Tulsi Gabbard. Ukraine has accused her of being on the Kremlin's payroll. After the start of the Russia-Ukraine war, Gabbard, who is a former Democratic congresswoman who quit the party to endorse Republican Trump, also claimed that it was the United States and NATO that provoked Russia.
So she repeats the bog standard pro-Russia talking point that Russia had no choice but to invade another sovereign country and occupy land and commit a bunch of atrocities because of Ukraine defending itself against the previous shadow invasion that happened in the Donbas. Oh, didn't you hear? Ukraine killed some families in the Donbas. They were targeting Russian soldiers who were running around without insignia on, pretending to be resistance fighters. Oh, well, I conveniently don't talk about that. I conveniently forget and just go along with the Russian narrative that Russia was pressured by NATO and that people were mean to them in the Donbas in 2014. And Georgia, I've never heard of Georgia. You mean Georgia in the United States? I've certainly never heard of it in the Baltics.
Into launching the biggest war in Europe since 1945. Take a look at her tweet from 2022. On the first day of the war, As Russia sent troops and tanks into Ukraine, Gabbard posted, and I'm quoting here, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if the Biden administration, NATO, had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine becoming member of NATO."
Right. I don't need Debbie Wasserman Schultz's opinion, right? I just need the words of Tulsi Gabbard. Look at this shit. Look at this Putin propaganda.
Which would mean U.S. What's more, Gabbard has also accused Washington of seeking regime change in Moscow, a remark that led to her being described by Russian state television.
Oh, my wife just dropped off macaroni and cheese filled with a bunch of veggies. Look at that. It's got a bunch of veggies in there. I'm so hungry. Oh.
As our girlfriend and a Russian agent, Senator Mitt Romney has accused Gabbard of parroting fake Russian propaganda, while Hillary Clinton described her as a Russian asset during her 2016 presidential campaign.
It's ironic, though, how, you know, the news agencies will quote these people as if it's supposed to back that up, and it actually just makes the point more unrealistic. It's like, well, if Hillary's talking about her being a Russian asset, it actually delegitimizes the claim. Isn't that funny? How these people won't shut up and won't leave, and they still walk around all authoritative. Oh, I'm Hillary Clinton. I know what the hell I'm talking about. No, the fuck you don't. You literally, you literally make people more skeptical about reality when you're mentioned in next to it. That's how bad you are.
That's not all. Ukraine's Center for Countering Disinformation has alleged that Gabbard had been taking the Kremlin's money to spread disinformation. The center, established by President Zelensky, is part of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council in Kyiv. It has made this allegation without providing any proof. This allegation was made in a publication online in 2022.
Yeah. So, I mean, that is troubling, because it's like, I want to believe Ukraine, and why would Zelensky and Ukraine just randomly have some problem with a woman named Tulsi Gabbard? Why would they just call this random woman out for nothing unless she was actually coming up in their intelligence? But not having any evidence to that claim, that's not cool.
According to British daily The Times, the post was deleted by the center immediately after Trump announced Gabbard as his new U.S. intelligence chief. The claim could threaten ties between Kyiv and Washington if Gabbard is confirmed for the post by the Senate.
So Woke Patriot is saying her tweet was mostly correct. War and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden admin NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine becoming a member of NATO. So Woke Patriot, you're saying that if Joe Biden told the Russian government, I'm going to sit down with Zelensky, we're going to have his back 100%, but we're going to make him take the NATO thing out of the Constitution, you think that would have stopped Putin? Who thought it was going to be a total slam dunk, right? Who thought he was going to be able to barnstorm his way, fucking blitzkrieg his way right into Kyiv? We know that's what he thought because that's what he tried, right? So he's got the plan, he's got the troops lined up on the border, and you think Joe Biden telling him, well, if we're going to get Ukraine to promise to not join NATO, and we're going to have NATO say, we're never going to let Ukraine ever join because we want peace. You think that would have stopped Putin? Because I don't think I agree with you. Problem there is legitimate. Right. Yeah, Russia's legitimate security concerns. Right. That's the key word there. If Biden had addressed Putin's legitimate concerns, why would Putin go along? Biden was right. Because his legitimate concerns were, I don't own Ukraine. I want to recreate the Soviet Union and Henry the fucking Great, or whatever the fuck his name was. It was never about NATO. NATO was a convenient excuse. If anything, NATO, being a weaker element in the region, was able, allowed him to enter the region. Peter the Great, thank you. Yeah, exactly. He wants to recreate that empire along with the Soviet Union, like a greatest hits of Russian history, right? I've gone over, Vlad Vexler's observation that, it's like, Putin has a very disjointed, inaccurate view of Russian history. And, he views himself as, the next coming of Russia's great empire. And he wants to rebuild these elements that, that's what Crimea is all about. That's what Georgia is all about. Right? So no, it wouldn't, because it wasn't legitimately about NATO. It was about recreating this, like I said, this inaccurate history that Putin has in his head. NATO was the convenient excuse. Now, with that said, all kinds of criticism to NATO. Joe Biden could have actually shown the world that, hey, okay, we're pulling out. All he needed to do was pull one fucking missile out of Poland. Yep, no problem. We're going to open up the discussion. Yep, Russia might have a point here. They don't like missiles pointed directly at their country. I kind of get it. We're going to pull one away. Poland's going to be screaming mad. Poland's going to be ripping pissed. So we've pissed off all of the entire country of Poland to start this negotiation with Russia because we think it's so important. So Biden could have done that, and then Russia would have invaded, and then everyone, and then would people who are trying to point to NATO as the legitimate excuse, would they be satisfied? Maybe, probably not, right? But I think it would have helped the argument a little bit more that this is not about NATO. This is about a version of greater Russia that Putin wants to create. I'm not sure that I agree that Putin has such imperial ambitions, but I'm certain that he wants to control Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's fair to be up for debate in terms of like, because people are like, oh, he's, first Ukraine, then Poland, he's going to go right, it's boom, boom, boom. I'm not so convinced either that he's just going to be rolling into Moldova the moment he finishes Ukraine. But there are a lot of people who are smarter than me that are very convinced that is exactly what's going to happen. But at least we both agree that he wants total control of Ukraine. That if Trump hands over the Donbass and Crimea, that whole region there, and everything in between. He's not just going to stop there. He's gonna hit the pause button for 5 or 10 years to rebuild his army, his shattered army. But Kyiv will eventually be Russia's.
Concerns regarding Ukraine. How if Gabbard is confirmed for the post by the Senate? But coming back to the issue of Ukraine's NATO membership, remember, NATO has repeatedly said that Ukraine will be granted membership in the military alliance, but has not given a timeline. It's been almost 3 years since the war started, and NATO shows no signs of letting Ukraine join soon. How can NATO help end the war? What is NATO's plan for Ukraine? Can NATO even break out of the war in Ukraine? Remember, the Kremlin demanded before its invasion of Ukraine that NATO remove troops and missile defense systems from countries in East.
All right. Mea culpa. Mea culpa time. I'm not going to unban that asshole who was defending Tulsi Gabbard. Maybe I should. Let me see. Do I have that ability? No, I don't. Wait. No, I don't. No, wait. I do. Okay. I have unbanned Pilot. Give this person one more opportunity to embarrass themselves. 1 second. Let me just go to my... There we go. Mea culpa. Do I think... So with what's her nuts?
Best creating...
What's her nuts? Jill Stein. With Jill Stein, I am 100% confident that she is completely bought and owned by Russia. With Tulsi Gabbard, after doing this little mini deep dive with everybody, I am now 50-50. 50-50 that she's a pro-Russian asset or maybe just a useful idiot who won't, open up the CIA to Russia, right? Like a Bond style, hidden Russian asset. She opens up a laptop and Putin's sitting on the screen, right? Here's my daily report, Commandant. So there we go. I've unbanned the guy. Give him one more opportunity. He's probably long gone, thank God. But I will say this. I'm not taking the word of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I'm not taking the word of Hillary Clinton. So 50-50 now. I'm at 50-50. That's how I work. Jill Stein? No. No thanks. I'm not a sucker. Tulsi Gabbard? Okay. All right. There's a little plausible deniability there. Let's see. I wanted the reason why I'm showing this is the Zillow CEO. She's in some kind of, I don't know if this is a private Zoom meeting or a business Zoom meeting. Oh, Lenny, is he here? Oh, hey, greetings, Lenny. Love to see you. Welcome back, Lenny. AccidentsWaitingToHappen.com. Make sure you're liking and subscribing on that Lenny, folks. He's currently in Japan. So no, we have the Zillow CEO, Trump won, and this mass deportations actually could be very good for business. Zillow CEO admits mass deportations will free up homes, move stuck housing market. Absurd. Radia here with the tweet. Let's just say that you're correct. A mass deportation, quote unquote, frees up homes to ease demand. Who do you think is going to jump in and buy those homes? Americans with a 7% interest rate and a tanking economy, or corporation hedge funds, or retirees? Maybe. Not sure what that means. You can't fix this level of stupidity. Well, is she stupid? Because all she sees is dollar signs, right? Zillow. That's all she cares about, is that the home is being sold. The CEO of Zillow doesn't care if it's sold to a person or to a company. So, is she really dumb? Radia, tweeter, OP. Is she really dumb? Or is she accurately thanking Jesus for mass extreme homelessness and exploitation? I don't think mass deportations are a good solution to the problem. However, it is not an ideal state of affairs that there are illegal immigrants in the country, and immigrants themselves have to worry about deportation and are like second-class citizens or even proper citizens of the grid. 100% World War 86. Because it's like, yeah, you got all these neoliberals saying like, it's going to wreck the economy. And, our economy depends on the extreme exploitation of third world people, living here illegally, and we can take advantage of them. There's even a clip of Milton Friedman talking about how, liberals like immigration, but specifically they like illegal immigration. Nobody likes legal immigration because you can severely exploit illegal immigrants way more than you can a regular citizen who expects, proper wages, proper benefits. So the solution, but here's the thing about immigration and migration and all these, these people claiming asylum, utilizing a system that was really just meant for like dozens of people a year, like 1 million people are now claiming asylum. The solution is to make them legal, tax-paying citizens, find them a place to live, build an immigrant town. We can build a fucking missile. I always talk about this, right? But it's like we can build all these fucking things, build a ladder to the goddamn moon or whatever Elon fuckhead is doing. But we can't. We have how much space in the middle of America? We can't find a nice little spot in Oklahoma, build a fucking bank, build a school, build, and have them start cranking out computer chips or have them start fucking cranking out banana chips. I don't fucking care, right? Have them start, making something. America chips, barbecue, baby, America, woo! Made from extremely patriotic immigrants who were given citizenship in a very timely and swift manner and are extremely grateful for it and can't wait to fucking make some potato chips, baby. You know what I mean? We can build a bomb that can kill you in the fucking past, and we got laser beams that shoot you from the fucking ground and split you in two. I don't know, I'm just making shit up. Been watching too many cartoons. But you know what I mean? We got all this cool tech, but we can't put up a frontier town for a couple, for 10,000 immigrants. Give them citizenship. You know what I mean? Start exporting some potato chips? I don't know. No, the only solution is to treat them like fucking animals. The whole family, black bag the whole family, kick them into a bus, and then dump them into a country where they can't even speak the language. Tea coffee, because I'm not a racist, and I don't assume that these people are second-class citizens. I don't assume that these people would choose to live in squalor, especially if they're given employment opportunities. Tea, coffee, the reason why people, hurt their neighborhoods and engage in squalor and that, engage in that criminal behavior is because there's no economic opportunities for them. It has fucking fuck all to do with their race, their culture, their color. It has everything to do with economics. So don't give me that, if we let a bunch of inferior brown people in and then give them a bunch of stuff, they're just going to waste it and turn it into a ghetto. Like that shit wouldn't happen with a bunch of squeaky white folks, right? Who were put in the same exact desperate economic situations, turns it into a white ghetto. Because it's not about the color. It's about the economics. Right? So yeah, no, you got to have the potato chip factory. In my example, you got to have a job. You got to have a job. You can't just build a bunch of homes in the middle of fucking nowhere and then just say, okay, you're good to go, bye. No, it would require a real effort, real planning, but it's totally possible. We rebuilt Germany. We rebuilt Japan. You're telling me we can't build a little potato chip factory in Oklahoma and build some apartments and build a school and build a fucking college and Sim City this bitch? No, we got to treat immigrants like animals. That's the only solution. Treat them like fucking animals. Only solution. That's it. Yeah, so once again, tea coffee. Yeah, no, so you're arguing against trying, and your alternative is to treat them like animals. That's correct? That's what you're defending? That's the only solution? That's the one that you're down for? Black bag migrant families? Is I swear to God, you're getting flushed if the next thing you say is that they're here illegally. Because I don't care how illegal they are, you can't be treating people like this. Another reason to go on Blue Sky to troll the rightoids. Oh, is that they got their TOS doesn't allow... Oh, was he banned? Oh. I see. Coffee, tea, coffee. Tea, coffee, tea. I see. No, maybe that's not nothing. Okay. I'm just being conspiratorial. No, I'm not even American. I'm against what happened in France, where they created an underclass of migrants. So don't confuse the failure of neoliberal governments to properly deal with immigration. Don't just because they're really shitty at it, just because they're really bad at it, neoliberals, doesn't mean the solution isn't treating immigrants like human beings. But yeah, neoliberals, they've failed to, they've failed to come to the come to the ball plate here with an actual solution. And it's like, yeah, we can't, just because they're really, really bad at it, the solution isn't hardcore brutality. You know, just swing in the complete other direction and start treating people, you know, like what's the PC term for gypsies now? I can't say gypsies anymore. But you know what I mean? Oh, they're so smelly. They live in circus tents. Romani, thank you. Yeah, Romani. Thank you, Romani. But you know what I mean? Like, the solution is not. But I do understand the argument where it's like, well, bro, the people on the so-called left have been fixing the solution for the last 10, 20 years or whatever. And look where we're at. Immigration crises in France, not New Zealand. It's right at the tip of my tongue. Aspen. Why am I thinking Aspen? But immigration, there's a big immigration issue. Not only do you have Russia, you know, weaponizing immigrants, like what we see in Poland, but we also have the failure of neoliberal governments to actually govern properly. And that's creating a big issue because people are like, well, you see, it doesn't work. Treating people like human beings doesn't work. No problem, Lenny. I'm very boring. Issue isn't that there are migrants. The issue is that there are illegal immigrants. Well, you know, and it's unfair to the illegal immigrant that the system, you know, leaves them illegal for years and years and years and years and years and just perpetuate. Happy to work them. Happy to, you know, create a pseudo-legal pocket where they can operate. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We all know what's happening here. So happy to exploit them. But doesn't want to give them citizenship. You know, doesn't want to treat them like human beings. The whole idea that if we were to give, you know, tens of thousands of migrants, hundreds of thousands, millions of migrants citizenship, and yeah, I mean, if we were to like literally, okay, just dump them into some Bolshevik Soviet Union style apartment complex and say, okay, make the best of it. We're not going to help you, you know, no stimulus, no, we're not going to help you out with anything. You know, we're not going to get you started with industry. We're not going to have a big employment, you know, thing. Yeah, no, the whole thing would go to shit. Yeah. Human beings need a lot of help to get started. This idea, though, that, oh, they're from a different culture, so they're not as hardworking. Oh, they're from a different culture, so they're not as, you know, they just don't agree with our American values. Ridiculous and racist, quite frankly. With that said, though, yeah, Joe Biden sucks. You know, he put up the right-wing Heritage Foundation plan for immigration. The only reason Trump rejected it is because it was an election year, right? But Joe Biden gave him everything he wanted. The right gave everything that the right wanted. Okay, yeah, family separations. We'll treat human beings like garbage. Yeah, no, we'll do it all. Because the neoliberals, they've completely run out of ideas when it comes to immigration. They've completely failed, and they're totally out. You know, they don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. So now it's just right wing stuff. Okay, I'll build the wall. I'll finish the wall, says Joe Biden. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So, you know, just a little taste of the everyday corruption that we're going to be seeing from the right wing. Just a little taste of it. Speaker Johnson said he's going to request Ethics Committee not release the Gates report. So, you know, the Ethics Committee has a report on Matt Gaetz that explicitly says Matt Gaetz had sex with a 17-year-old girl. It's illegal where it happened. I know it's not illegal technically in some other places. Okay, yeah, I know. But it was technically illegal. She was still going to fucking high school. Okay. So that's what this report says. Literally, all it would take is any Republican or any I think any of the politicians that have actually read it. Just need someone in the House. Yeah, so someone in the House to get a copy of it and read it for the record on the House floor. So any member of the House can get a copy of this and then read it out. If that's my understanding of how this works, according to lawyers on Reddit, I know. It's called journalism, folks. But yeah, some people are saying you could filibuster. You could filibuster by reading this out and then, making this part of the filibuster. Climate change to 60 million people, equatorial regions moving north will upset the MAGAs. Oh, yeah. Just kill them. Just shoot them. Kill them all. Kill them all. That's the next step, isn't it? With all this rhetoric. That's just the next step, right? So, I mean, I've talked about how you tell good beer from bad, whether I can drink it or not. If it makes me want to gag and if it makes me retch my neck when I smell it, no. It's got a lot of hops. Yeah, I can smell it from here, dude. I want nothing to do with it. Keep your hops. Hop on out of here. Give me something I could drink. So no, just back to the story here. I've talked about how, hey, we might get lucky, and Trump might realize that all this shit is really unpopular, and that it eventually will hit his pocketbook eventually, and that will actually make him do something, change his mind on all this stuff. But I'm also seeing a lot of evidence where it's like Trump is well aware of the previous limitations to his power and is very, very interested in getting them out of the way as soon as possible so that he can do whatever the hell he wants. I don't think he's going to be a benevolent dictator, and I do think he's very concerned with securing dictatorial power as quickly as possible. What he wants to do with it, right? He's going to do good things with it. He's going to. The Doge department needs all this power to do it properly. We got to get the Justice Department out of the way. That's real efficient government. Woke patriot. His 1% mandate. So I'm seeing a lot of evidence. What I'm trying to get at is that I'm seeing a lot of evidence that Trump, it's not going to be like his first term. He's got a plan, and he's got priorities. Number one priority, make me completely innocent and everything. No, state governments are not allowed to arrest me anymore. Everything. In New York, all my cases, everything dropped. Undo the impeachments. Undo the indictments. Have the legal system say that I'm innocent on all cases for everything. So I think that's going to be a big concern. Retroactively changing these decisions if he can in any way. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is, right? He makes up the rules. But then I think, a second priority is the two are kind of entwined because he needs this kind of power to undo what's already happened, right? And he'll say, I'm undoing, Joe Biden and the deep state and his plan for me. I'm undoing it all. It's justice. It's real justice. So, but to be able to do that, he's going to need basically dictatorial power in the Justice Department. And that's what he's setting up. Day one, setting that up. So powerful allies of President-elect Donald Trump signal Wednesday they'll insert a loyalist regime within the Department of Justice and fueled the flames of a growing panic over the future of American democracy. Trump ally Cleta Mitchell, transition team attorney Mark Paoletta, and indicted lawyer Jeff Clark published lengthy manifestos on X calling for absolute loyalty to the president-elect from the thousands of attorneys who staff the Justice Department. So these are people that are going to be very close to Trump, if not in charge. And they're basically saying to the entire Justice Department, you're either on the Trump train or you're getting the hell out of the way. Career DOJ lawyers must be fully committed to implementing President Trump's policies or they should leave or be fired. So the entire point of the Justice Department is that it's independent of the executive branch. And of course, Donald Trump was able to successfully criticize Joe Biden Oh, lawfare, right? Lawfare. Meanwhile, the only thing Joe Biden was able to successfully do was get his fucking son, have the book thrown at him, at Hunter Biden, getting in all kinds of trouble for like minor shit. Not great. Obvious corruption from Hunter Biden, right? Obvious chicanery, but nothing like, nothing crazy like rape or anything like Donald Trump, right? Or Donald Trump over here, no, this building is actually this size. I said it, this building's actually 20,000 feet. The building's actually 15,000 feet. No, it's actually 20,000 feet. If you count the size of the Trump logo, it's 20,000 feet. So just straight up fraud is what I'm talking about. He just commits straight up fraud. But no, Hunter Biden is the one that gets the book thrown at him. Great job, Joe Biden. And Trump was able to successfully accuse Joe Biden of lawfare while he is literally going to gut the Justice Department, do a loyalty test within the Justice Department, fire anybody that disagrees with him. It's the definition of lawfare. A brand new word. Boy, they're good at those. If the president wants to deport illegal aliens, secure the border, ban race-based affirmative action, and DEIs, you're just going to ban diversity, equity initiatives? You're literally not allowed to treat other, you're not allowed to treat other races with respect? You're literally not allowed to talk about equity or equality? You're just going to ban that? How do you ban that? You're literally not allowed to talk about equity, but you're not talking about equality. It's illegal. Investigate anti-Semitism, which we all know what that means. You shouldn't be able to talk about equity. Bam, illegal. Right. Can you say one more stupid thing so I can ban you, please? Just like the founding fathers intended, exactly. So we all know what investigate anti-Semitism means. It means go after anybody that mentions, Palestine, that dares protest against Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Halt big tech censorship. That's a total lie. They're going to go hardcore on big tech censorship, and Elon Musk is going to be stoked about it. Yeah, Krail. They're hypocrites, news at 11. Anti-BDS legislation is constitutional, right? Yeah. It's called free speech. I know Zionists and people who support the Israeli government don't believe in free speech, but that's the reason why we're able to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel is because Americans believe in free speech. Well, some of us do. Grant pardons and commutations to the January 6 defendants. He has every right to expect that these perfectly lawful policies are implemented. So he's just saying straight up, if anyone at the Justice Department thinks they're going to be a hero, thinks that they're going to stand up for precedent in law. Oh, we don't care if there's a precedent in law that says you're not allowed to treat people this way, and it's all new. Yeah, so photos. I actually read out the TOS update to the word Zionist. The big thing is that you're not allowed to use it as a derogatory term, but you're perfectly allowed to criticize Zionists and also criticize Zionism. But what you're not allowed to do is scream at somebody in your chat, Zionist, Zionist, like one would use the derogatory term Jew, right? Same thing. So that's no problem for me because I don't do that shit anyway. I'm not a weak-minded asshole who's, thinking he's helping the left while giving the right everything they need to destroy the left. Well, so it can be used as one, Zio Duke, right? It can be used to describe Jews, Jewish people, and it could also be used as, that dirty expletive, right? Hassan in shambles. Yeah, I mean, his like he's just a dum-dum. He needs to, I don't know what to tell him. I don't know what to tell you about Hassan. So no, anyway, this is really bad news. And then, you know, the the conclusion of all this really bad news that Trump is absolutely intending to turn the Justice Department into an arm of the Trump administration, not independent in any way. Is this bad? Kreese asked. Seems bad. So this is a law professor, Anthony Michael Kreese. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's really bad. It doesn't feel like the same. It doesn't, you know, because like it doesn't feel like the first term where it was like, okay, you know, I'm going to depend on my Republican allies. This is like, no, everyone's getting out of my way. Once unthinkable scenario in second Trump term more likely than ever, says law professor. Stephen Vladeck, a professor of Georgetown University Law Center, believes the likelihood of a president-elect Donald Trump flat out disobeying a ruling from the United States Supreme Court is stronger than ever. So I've talked about this in the past, and that's why I'm bringing this article up, because someone smart's actually saying stuff that I said earlier. So I'm smart too. Get it? That's how it works. But no, I talked about how it's like, well, isn't the Supreme Court making itself irrelevant? What, you know, according to the Supreme Court, Donald Trump is allowed to completely ignore the Supreme Court until he's impeached, I guess, until he's impeached. But why wouldn't he just destroy the process for impeachment as well? So I talked about this, how it's like, well, the Supreme Court's making itself, you know, the members of the Supreme Court really give a shit about their power. You know, we are the law. We are the law. They've technically made themselves totally irrelevant. Why would Donald Trump listen to a Supreme Court that says you are the ultimate, you can do whatever you want, you are above the law, only until you are impeached for the crime does it exist as a crime against you? Writing in the New York Times, Vladeck makes the case that the Supreme Court hits the brakes on proposed Trump policies more often than it's given credit for during its first term in office. However, he believes that some of the court's unpopular rulings, most famously its decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, have damaged the court's credibility and could embolden Trump to shrug off its directives. I mean, really, would the American people, especially the people who supported Trump, would they care if Donald Trump just blatantly disobeys the Supreme Court, edict or conclusion or, whatever judgment? They wouldn't care. Tucker Carlson would be, hours after the decision, Tucker Carlson would be in front of a camera. Actually, it's okay to ignore the Supreme Court if you're Donald Trump for this reasons. I think about men's penises all the time. Wait, I didn't mean to say that. I'm Tucker Carlson. Without that public support, what would happen if Mr. Trump simply ignored a decision by the nation's highest court that he doesn't like? Vladeck asked. It is a question that until now seemed largely unthinkable. Vladeck points to statements made by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance in recent years in which he said that Trump should ignore any court ruling that tries to inhibit his power, and he cited the actions of former President Andrew Jackson as a precedent. Just to give you a little taste of what a J.D. Vance president would look like. Well, I'm Andrew Jackson. I get to do whatever I want. Added to this, he argues that Trump is far less likely to care about any public blowback from defying Supreme Court orders now that he is constitutionally barred from seeking a third term in office. Judicial power is fragile. The entire system is jeopardized when the court loses their ability to stand up to other institutions of government. Vladeck writes in conclusion, that is why it is so essential for the justices to worry about the court's public support, even in calm times, for it's when the rule of law is directly threatened that the court's credibility and legitimacy become imperative. And I think these things are on the chopping block. I think this is a real chance. He's got a plan. It's not just, there was a whole lot of just wing it in the first Trump admin, There was a whole lot of, we'll just figure it out. So it's not just the Justice Department. It's not just the federal government in general with Doge. It's also the military. He's legitimately, at the very least, looking at and laying plans on the table to assimilate the final checks of any resistance to anything. Anything. And here we have Trump considering executive order to create board to purge quote unquote woke generals. So they, once again, they talk about a loyalty test. Woke is, of course, anybody who still agrees with the American people that, there needs to be separation of powers. That's woke now. Isn't that great? From a derogatory term used against lefty liberals protesting against police violence to the catch-all term used to describe traitors in the military. Are we having fun yet?
There's some really amazing new reporting in the Wall Street Journal that we just got. I'm going to share it with all of you for your reaction. Wall Street Journal just dropped a story under this headline, quote, Trump draft executive order would create board to purge generals. The panel could upend the military review process and raise concerns about the politicization of the military. Quote, the Trump transition team is considering a draft executive order that establishes a warrior board of retired senior military.
So get used to that word. Executive order. Executive order. Executive order. All this talk about the Justice Department's going to stop him. All these other departments, these checks and balances are going to stop him. I have another video that goes through it. We might have to do it tomorrow. But people seem to they're like in denial. The Supreme Court said, put it down on a piece of paper and make it an official order, and it becomes law. Without question, without deliberation. If you take a little piece of paper that has White House letterhead on it and say, I, Donald Trump, decree, that is now law across the entire land. So whatever he can't get his corrupt Justice Department to do, whatever he can't, right, in the military, he has to do an executive order here. He's the commander in chief, so it makes sense. But also, there's really no mechanism, in any of these departments to give him ultimate dictatorial power over the military. It's a totally new thing. I'm predicting, and this is, we're doing predictions today, I guess. But one of my predictions that I've had for a little while in my head is that he's going to make the military redo their oath. And it's not going to be to Trump, but it's going to be some kind of language about protecting the executive chair branch or something. Because, right, the oath is, right now, the military takes an oath to protect the Constitution. So I think he's going to leave the Constitution bit in there, but he's going to modify something in the oath, and he's going to make everybody retake the oath, and the oath is going to, it's going to take care of all these little niggling issues, right? Oh, it's no longer it's unconstitutional for me to use the military against my people. I redid the oath, and I did a purity purge, and so yeah, we're going to see right wingers in the streets protesting against Trump. Elbow to elbow with lefties. And we're also going to see, prediction here, him asking the military to do a new oath. They're going to change the oath, slightly modify it, like I said, and they're going to have the military redo their oath. And it won't mention Donald Trump by name, the new oath. It won't mention Donald Trump by name, but it will in case of emergency, some shit like that. And then, yeah, anyone who's a member of the military is going to have to, because when you join the military, part of your graduation ceremony, I think, is you taking this oath. Maybe you take it at the beginning. I think you take it at the end. But, you take an oath to the Constitution. So everyone in the military is going to have to redo it if he wants to really do this.
Personnel with the power to review 3- and 4-star officers and to recommend removals of any deemed unfit for leadership. If Trump approves the order, it could fast-track the removal of generals and admirals found to be lacking in requisite leadership qualities, according to a draft of the order reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. But it could also create a chilling effect on top military officers, given the president-elect's past vow to fire woke generals, referring to officers seen as promoting diversity in the ranks at the expense of military readiness. I don't know if Paul Rykoff had a window into this or was just prescient, but he warned of a purge yesterday. That is literally the headline in the Wall Street Journal today. Sarah Matthews, this feels like something I know you've talked about, being sent out to lie and refute the story about Donald Trump believing that the men and women who die serving the country are suckers and losers, when it was first reported in the Atlantic and then confirmed by General John Kelly in a statement and then in his own voice in a tape with the New York Times ahead of the election. Just how vexing was it to Donald Trump that he couldn't get the military to heel to his commands and wishes?
Yeah, I do think this is an issue that has long perplexed him. We know that from John Kelly in his interview that he did with the New York Times, that John Kelly said that Trump wanted generals like Hitler's. He wants people who will carry out every wish and demand of his and receive zero pushback. And so here...
You know, I don't like deep fried mac and cheese. I've never had really good deep fried mac and cheese. It's always like the cheese is really like dry. The noodles, you know, it soaks up all the cheese, gets all greasy. Like, because what you think you're going to get is a big old ball of gooey cheese and delicious mac. Really what you get is dry-ass macaroni with no real cheese flavor, and it's all greasy. You know, but it's deep fried. I just haven't had good deep fried macaroni anything. We're almost done here with this clip, and then we'll move on.
Hearing about this potential draft executive order is obviously alarming and concerning. This is something that I was raising the alarm about, of how he would reshape our government and reshape it and to fit him and his vision. And so I do think that if they decide to follow through on this, then that kind of shows what type of leader that he wants to be. He is going to politicize the military. And I don't think it just extends to, quote, woke generals and those that were pushing for diversity measures in the military. I think it's going to be, they would want to eliminate any of the generals who aren't in line.
Boy, look at the collection of right-wing bullshit on this conservative, quote unquote conservatives shelf. Look at some of the winners we got here. Romney, Nikki R. Haley, tired of winning. Ugh.
With Trump's
Karl Rove. Ugh.
Vision and maybe push back on some of his worst instincts. And so it's going to be really telling to see if there's enough blowback on this, or if they choose to pursue it once he's back in office.
Let me read some more from the story, which broke after we came on the air. Wall Street Journal reporting this, quote, as Commander-in-Chief, Trump can fire any officer at will, but an outside board whose members he appoints would bypass the Pentagon's regular promotion system, signaling across the military that he intends to purge a number of generals and admirals. The draft order says it aims to establish a review that focuses, quote, on leadership capability, strategic readiness, and commitment to military excellence.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's none of those things. It's, are you going to do what Trump wants you to do when he whines over the phone? Oh, make the protesters go away. Oh, make the protesters go away. I ruined the economy. They don't know how good the economy is now. Yeah, Americans have to put vegetables into their food just to make it somewhat nutritious. That's how it works around here.
The draft doesn't specify what officers need to do or present to show if they meet those standards, but the draft order originated with one of several outside policy groups collaborating with the transition team.
I'll tell you what they need to do. They're all going to need to bend the knee. Is what they're going to need to do. One tries to maintain a certain degree of not being excessively alarmist in these cases. Yesterday it was, hey, we got to get rid of advisory consent in the Senate, because Trump just has to have his way. We have to get these appointees got to go through fast. If I want recess appointments, you'll give me recess appointments. That's what I'm going to do. They have talked in a lot of detail about how they want to kind of strip the Justice Department and the FBI down to the studs. We're sitting around, Christopher Wray sitting there thinking about whether he's going to be forcibly removed. Now we're talking about the military, right? Yeah. We have three branches.
All the checks, all the final checks.
Of government, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. And so when people talk about what would happen if a budding authoritarian got into the presidency, what would they start to do? What do they do in other countries when strongmen get in?
Yeah.
One of the things they do is they seek to either formally or informally delegitimize the legislature and kind of become, that's one of the things, so the Duma becomes a rubber stamp for Putin. These other areas that aren't really the civil service is neither really, it's the executive branch kind of in charge of it, but it's kind of independent.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like, him putting a Trump-friendly attorney general and then, trying to weigh the scales in his favor. This is eliminating the scale, and putting a little, a little toy scale. But behind the toy is just absolute chaos. Whatever Trump wants. Will he have the balls to do it, though? Because if he does this in the right way, he can just throw Democrats he doesn't like in a jail. And if you're going to be doing that, why not go all the way? Why not do all the stuff, right? Against not just politicians, but the people. Why not do it all?
Service GS employees, they operate, they stay on.
Once you start using the U.S. military against the people, what do you drone bomb? Are you going to drone bomb U.S. citizens? No, just scare them. Just scare them. Shoot in the air at first. Shoot in the air, sir. We don't have any non-lethal. We got some tear gas. Military doesn't really carry a lot of non-lethal shit. Well, what can you do? They're terrorists. Terrorists got to die. Is he really going to do that? I mean, even I'm skeptical. But he's setting it up so that he can. Yeah, I might not use it. I might not use that power. I'm just making sure I have full dictator power. I don't know if I'll use it or not. I don't know. Don't piss me off. Aren't we allowed to piss our president off? Isn't he supposed to be afraid of us? Not the other way around? No? All normal, right? Hell, half the people left the fucking stream. They're so goddamn exhausted of it. I get it. Maybe I'm not the best deliverer of news here. This is the reason why you got to get up off that couch. This is the reason why you got to get in those fights. No one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear that. I get it.
On, regardless of who's in not political appointees. The military is like that too. Again, the commander-in-chief controls the military, but those people who are in the military, those four-star generals, are nonpartisan. They serve whoever the president is. When you start,
do we really have 40 viewers? Are you serious? That's amazing. Are you serious? I'm not looking at the view count. Is there like 40? No way. No way. There's like no one in the chat. Was everyone just playing video games? No. Come on. What's the real view count? 5, 6? Come on.
The FBI is like that. The DOJ, in a large extent, is like that also. There are political appointees on top of it, but it's staffed by people who are committed to the rule of law.
What?
When you start to reshape those institutions...
I'm playing with Lego. I'm playing video games. I know all you guys are playing video games. I know. You don't think I want to be playing video? I want to be playing video games right now. You guys suck. Everyone's having fun but me. Oh, yeah. Daddy's serious, huh? You don't think I want to play some Mario? I'm not playing video. Thank you. Lego helps my ADHD. Lego's fun. I'm not hating on Lego. It's a lot of fun.
Those are the moves of a classic dictator, a classic...
Yeah, me too, Ramus.
Authoritarian.
Yeah. And so you get the point. You get the point, right? And is MSNBC going to talk about how the neoliberals have, opened this door for fascism? No, of course not. How they enabled it by, the knee-jerk defense of the neoliberal establishment at every step of the way? No, of course not. They're not going to mention any of that. So great job, MSNBC. Great fucking job, right? Destroying Bernie Sanders. Great job destroying Occupy Wall Street. We're going to need a lot of that Occupy spirit. Now what are you going to do, MSNBC? Interview some Occupy Wall Street vets? Explain to the American people how they're going to protest? Princess Kimberly, welcome. We have royalty here, guys. Button up. Come on. Put your dicks back in your pants. Come on. Princess is here. Jesus, I'm sorry, Princess. You can't take these animals anywhere. So it's like, This was before the election. But now that I'm seeing him preemptively set all of this up, dicks in, balls stay out. I mean, come on. We have company here. Put him away for a couple minutes. I know Trump is going to kill American citizens, but you do remember he made a promise during Palestine protests saying he's going to deport all of them to Gaza. Yeah, I mean, it's like, but people say, oh, well, he just says crazy shit. And he doesn't mean any of it, right? Because that's what people say. He's a you can't predict. He's a maverick. He's a maverick. You don't know where he's going to go, what he's going to say. And that's true. So, but the reason why I lined all of this up, right? I showed you several different incidences of him not just talking, not just saying I'm going to do this stuff, but putting people in charge with the plan. This is what's going to happen, right? Like really putting these steps in. Talking about the Senate needs to go on recess, talking about, we're going to do a woke purge of generals. So I'm going to play this for you now. This was just something he released during the election, just telling folks what he's going to do. Now that we've seen him lay the foundation, I'm taking what he's saying now much more seriously, and it's very frightening. I also want to add, I did not add this music. The music in this clip was put there by the Trump administration. I guess they think this is good. Trump's following the administrative leadership, FDR and Richard Nixon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. FDR. I mean, shameless, hollow husks, nihilists like Bill O'Reilly, who have been doing this shtick his whole life. Of course they would say something like that. Compare Donald Trump to FDR. Look, I understand he won the popular vote. I get it. He is not a populist. He is not a man of the people. But I guess we just, we literally going to need him to walk up to that guy at Times Square and blow him away, dude. That's literally what we're going to need to see with the economy, with geopolitics, with the fucking dollar, with social unrest. I mean, and wars overseas, right? I already said geopolitics. So yeah, we just need to see it, right? I guess we just all need to see it. We all just need to see him do it, and then we'll take this clown seriously. It's nearly as wait till you hear that. Wait till you hear this music. It's like, what? But okay. So now that we know more about what he is actually planning, we know about his actions. Let's hear what he was actually saying. And it's very troubling. And this is supposed to be, he put this out. This is him putting this out. This is supposed to be good news. As popular vote lead has shrunk below 2%, but he won it. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And, they're all going to say, it's a mandate. It's a mandate. It's a mandate. It doesn't matter. You could pull up the stats. You could have a binder filled with all the stats and everything. And all the sources they trust. And, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He has a mandate to destroy America. Didn't you know he has a mandate? No, you can't say no. Can't say no. But anyway, this is frightening to me now that I understand what he's laying out.
Here's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption once and for all. And corruption it is. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
So you see, I mean, yep, he's doing that. Not just words. Like, that's big priority. I won the election. Okay, let's talk about this. Not, because people who are running for election, they have, they have a private position, they have a public position, right? As Hillary Clinton told everybody because she's a moron. But that's usually how it goes down, right? Oh, okay. Oh, I was talking about healthcare, and then they get in, they don't do anything about healthcare. No. He promised it, and he's delivering. He's got big league plans. Big league, exactly.
Second, we will clean out all of the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there are plenty of them.
Right. And his version of corrupt is, of course, doesn't agree with Trump or doesn't agree with the MAGA agenda. You don't even, who knows what the criteria is going to be, how extreme, some people are saying, what should I just wear should I wear a MAGA hat? You know, should everyone in the CIA wear a MAGA hat? Is that how you show loyalty? Yeah, clean out everyone that wants to stop me. Exactly.
The departments and agencies that have been weaponized will be completely overhauled.
Yeah.
So that
But the excuse, this was pre-election. The excuse was that, oh, this is all rhetoric. He's not really going to dismantle. He's not really going to go along with all this Project 2025 stuff. He's not really going to do that. No, he won the election, and this is number one on the agenda. This stuff that he's talking about, this really scary shit. You know, that some would just hand wave, oh, it's just red meat for the base. You know, this is just what the fascists want to hear, but he's not really going to do it. No, he's seemingly, with all the available information that we have at this very moment, he's totally going to do it.
Faceless bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies, which they're doing now at a level that nobody can believe even possible. Third, we will totally reform FISA courts, which are...
Sailor, you're smoking crack. FDR worked within the confines of the law. He was just an excellent politician who knew how to leverage, power within a democracy. FDR did not come in and completely gut the administrative state, the federal government, the Justice Department, tell the Senate to go into a recess so that they won't even debate the bills that he's talking about. Not even close. Not even on the same fucking planet. So you're either the stupidest of useful idiots, wildly naive, and this is your first day in politics, or you know exactly how ridiculous you sound, and you're just defending this because this is your side, and this is the fucking game that you're playing. I'm a right-winger spreading misinformation, guys. Did I do a good job? My groper buddies think I'm really cool. So which one is it, Sailor?
So corrupt that the judges seemingly do not care when they are lied to in warrant applications. So many judges have seen so many applications that they know were wrong, or at least they must have known. They do nothing about it. They're lied to.
Right.
Fourth, to expose the hoaxes and abuses of power that have been tearing our country apart, we will establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and
against my political enemies. All the right-winger Republicans are going to be left out all this stuff. They're going to be able to clumsily go through all these documents and records and just haphazardly put them out there. No, citation. Maybe they'll citation it up. It's a nightmare. I saw this last night and thought it sure had to be AI. It is insane. It's totally insane. You don't believe the Senate? You didn't spell Senate correctly. You don't believe the Senate will slow Trump to disregard them? What? Sir, I'm ignoring you.
And corruption, and there are plenty of them. Fifth, we will launch a major crackdown on government leakers who collude with the fake news to deliberately weave false narratives and to subvert our government and our democracy.
So he just made an overt threat that he's going to go after leakers who provide information to the media. So basically justifying a witch hunt within these intelligence agencies. Okay.
When possible, we will press criminal charges. Sixth, we will make every inspector general's office independent and physically separated from the departments they oversee, so they do not become the protectors of the deep state. Seventh, I will ask...
Listen to that. Listen to that. That's actually really important. One more time.
...government and our democracy. When possible, we will press criminal charges.
Okay, now start, yeah.
Sixth, we will make every inspector general's office independent.
So make every inspector general's office independent, staffed, of course, with MAGA sycophants.
And physically separated from the departments they oversee.
That's right. So he's going to be, he's saying, oh, we're going to drain the swamp. All these bureaucrats that live and work in Washington, D.C., we're going to some of these departments are going to go to different states. They're all going to be right-wing states. They're going to be staffed exclusively with podunk, pro-MAGA, wearing their hat at work, got the picture of Trump on their goddamn wall, like dear leader. And they're proud of it. So that's the plan, right? And it's almost funny, right? Because this populism stuff is really effective. Because it's like, remove Trump from the equation. It's like, okay, well, maybe we should get some of this bureaucracy out of Washington, D.C. There is a lot of groupthink that comes from these people who are part of this system, right? There is a kind of need to kind of break some of that up. Get more like, what if we, put some of these departments in a very poor area, and we're like, yeah, see, this is what real America looks like. Don't you want to fix the problems? So it's kind of a neat idea on paper. The whole point of the idea, though, is to make them independent. No. On paper, it says independent. Every single person working in that department is, I'm proud MAGA, proud Trump, proud MAGA. What? We just moved this department in an incredibly right-wing area, and what we had if the deep state wanted to follow the department to real America and live in podunk nowhere, so everyone quits. It's restaffed by hardcore right-wing sycophants, and they get to claim impartiality. Oh, what? We just made it independent. What? Do you have a problem with independence, right? And then useful idiots like Joe Rogan. Oh, I heard it was independent. Oh, that's why they did it. That's why they moved it to Texas, because it's independent. And then the cycle continues, right?
So they do not become the protectors of the deep state.
Right. So that they don't become protectors of the deep state, but they become protectors of my state. It's not how we destroy them, because we will do that themselves. It's how we keep them from getting destroyed with them.
Seventh, I will ask Congress to establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American people.
Right. And you know why he believes that? Because that's why he put Tulsi Gabbard in charge of his, intelligence. Oh, you just said mea culpa. I said 50%. Oh, we're supposed to believe this man cares about spying. And once again, the independent. He keeps saying independent. You know what that means. It's total Trump. It's Trump up and down. Trump. Nobody else allowed in. MAGA hats only.
Congress to establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American people.
Right, disinformation campaigns, right? Like when these intelligence agencies tell us a right-winger has been working with the Russian government, that kind of stuff, right?
Or that they are not spying on someone's campaign like they spied on my campaign.
Yeah, exactly. This is all about making sure that that none of this information about the right wing, about Trump and his cohorts, but the right wing in general, it's making sure none of this information ever gets out ever again, making it impossible to tell the truth about politicians, making it impossible for whistleblower information to get out. That's what this is about, right? And why do criminals want to prevent information? Why do criminals want to stop investigatory bodies from existing? It's so that they can, because they know they're going to commit crimes. They know they're going to commit crimes, and they don't want oversight on the crimes that they know they're going to commit. This is how criminals act when they're in charge. Independent means free from oversight and be able to make their own decisions. And if they're staffed by people who decisions happen to coincide, exactly. Knighted Tomb. I'm actually surprised they're even bothering with it, though. Like this, appearance of nonpartisanship. Oh, it's all independent. I guess that's still important. But that veil, that facsimile, you know, that shroud of legitimacy of, oh, this is all democratic, this is about you know, clearing out the swamp, and, you know, this is about democracy. I mean, that's going to be lifted, you know, relatively quickly. So I'm actually kind of surprised that they're even bothering with it. I mean, hell, a good chunk of their constituency are proud anti-democratic cheerleaders. You know, yeah, kill the Constitution. Yeah, Trump says that's what needs to happen. Do it. So I'm actually kind of surprised that we're even getting this dog and pony show about independence.
8th, we will continue the effort launched by the Trump administration to move parts of the sprawling federal bureaucracy to new locations outside the Washington swamp.
Right.
Just as I moved the...
For the same reasons, all for the same reasons.
Bureau of Land Management to Colorado, as many as 100,000 government positions could be moved out, and I mean immediately, of Washington to places filled with patriots who love America. And
so is he really going to do that without having, is he going to make the decision without having actually established any of this stuff first? You know, because immediately, dude, they got to have a place to go, don't they? Or is this, you just quit, just you're all fired, and then we'll figure it out later. You know, it's like a guy wrecking his house. Oh, I'll rebuild it. And then he knocks down all the walls. It's like, I have no idea how to rebuild a house. All I know how to do is swing a sledgehammer. And man, I swung it. I swung it so good. You should have seen me swing that sledgehammer. I was breaking those walls. Okay. Well, now we're all done breaking stuff. Can we rebuild? I have no idea how to do any of that. Do you know how to rebuild a house? You fired me. The reason why I'm here is because I'm homeless. Do you have $1? Not for homeless people, no. You know what I mean? He's going to knock down all the walls, be knee-deep in debris, and go, okay, who wants to rebuild a house now? You know, Vivek Ramaswamy over there with his, with his fucking sledgehammer. What do I get to break next? What do I get to break? No, Vivek, you have to build. You have to build. I don't know how to build. Yeah, Sailor, yeah. To put it mildly.
They really do love America. 9th, I will work to ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with and that they regulate. So they deal with these companies.
He's dropping this. He doesn't mean this. This is getting dropped immediately. The moment it benefits him and his administration, he's dropping this.
And they regulate these companies, and then they want to take jobs from these companies.
Yeah,
doesn't work that way.
It's a classic Republican move. He's not doing shit about that.
Cannot go on, and it's taking place all the time, like with Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Finally, I will push a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress. This is how I will.
And this is another thing he's dropping immediately. He's not doing a constitutional amendment. He's not going to bother with this term limits. He's not interested in term. If anything, he wants to eliminate term limits, right? But he doesn't. This has nothing to do with Trump, right? Because he gets to be president forever. That's what he's gonna. There's gonna be some fucking argument about that coming up. Stay tuned for that, right? Doesn't really affect Trump. This is about making the system better and more equitable. He couldn't care about this, and on top of that, I guess he thinks it has to be a constitutional amendment, which is literally impossible to try and pass a constitutional amendment with the current state of American politics. You're more likely to pick up a piece of coal and form it into a diamond using your fucking hands than for a constitutional amendment to be passed in this current climate. Yeah, Karlar, exactly, right? Yeah, no, he's a hero. He's a hero going after the enemies of America, right? Just like my favorite Marvel super villain. I mean, hero.
Shatter the deep state and restore government that is controlled by the people and for the people. Thank you very much.
What is the music? It's like the music you play when the orcs are about to burn down the trees in Lord of the Rings. Listen to that music. Dude, that's doom music. That is music. That is music for doom. That's supervillain music. Yeah, it sounds like Batman. It does. All right. So yeah, Doge. I mean, we've all heard about Doge, right? Do we want more information about Doge? It's so disheartening. And right now, I'm not taking this seriously. It's so absurd what they're promising. You know, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, what they're saying right now on social media. There's no fucking way. Day one, we're going to do this shit. Day one, we're going to radically. No, there's no fucking way. Yeah, it's efficiency with 2 liters. Yeah, exactly. Knighted Tomb. Yeah. What, Infinite? Bioshock Infinite, maybe? I guess they were all kind of objectivist societies. So no, yeah, all Bioshock. I don't know. I don't want to talk about Doge. I don't want to talk about these assholes anymore. God, we've all heard about it. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare. But they control us right now. They're not going to provide us with any specifics. It's like, okay, seriously, okay, day one, we know that's not realistic. What are you actually going to do? What are you actually going to target? Oh, well, we're going to use social security numbers, and now every odd number gets fired. Hey, 75%. Hey, we're going to save $2 trillion. It's like, I can't take anything of what they're saying right now seriously. You know, we're just going to have to wait until he's in charge, and they'll see what they actually have planned for us. I'm not happy to report on this, but I do need to report on it. Here's the pro-Trump, you know, the anti-Kamala Muslim community. We all knew it was going to, you know, the big question. Well, what if Trump wins? What if Trump wins? You know, with these Muslim folks that are like, we got to punish Kamala for her stance on Palestine, and it's like, I get it. She's a coward. Joe Biden's a proud Zionist that you know is happy to further the goals of the Israeli government. So I get it, but there was an objective difference between what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were providing, were offering, which wasn't much, versus Trump, which was, I'm going to spit in your face. And you know, kick you down the trench into the mass grave myself. Right? Trump said, finish the job. Department of grifting everyone. That's a good one. Fuck, did they think was going to happen? I understand where they're coming from, but why even be upset? That's what I wanted. Thank you, Knighted Tomb, because that's what I wanted to comment on this. It's like, stop talking. Right? So Muslims who voted Trump upset by his pro-Israeli cabinet. This isn't just some random schmuck either. This is the guy that led the Abandon Harris campaign. So he was the one doing all the news, you know, interviews. He did the one with Mehdi Hassan, I believe. Like, oh, well, we got to punish Harris. We got to punish Harris. So now he's like, Trump won because of us, and we're not happy with the Secretary of State pick and others, said Rabdul Chowdhury, who chaired the Abandon Harris campaign in Pennsylvania. Muslims helped Trump win Michigan also. So maybe this isn't the guy that Mehdi Hassan interviewed, but same mentality, same arguments. And yeah, it's counterproductive. But I mean, look, so once again, though, yes, to this person, shut up. Please shut up. You know, please shut up. Stop talking. But to politicians and activists in general, suck it up, because these are the people we need to win over. The reason why narratives like this were predominant is because Kamala Harris didn't come out with a narrative of her own that says, you know, look, you know, Israel deserves to defend itself. October 7th bad. Hamas are pieces of shit. But I guarantee you, if you put me in charge, this is the direction we're going to go in. We are not going to go in the same Joe Biden direction. There is a difference between me and Joe Biden. She could have said that. She could have had a narrative for people in the Muslim community to be like, well, yeah, Kamala's not perfect, but she did say these things specifically. And she didn't. She snubbed the Palestinians. She snubbed trans people. And isn't it great that they're blaming these things? Oh, it was because of wokeism. That's why they lost. They did everything they could to snub trans people and Palestinians, but they still get labeled with that anyway. That's my conclusion, says Joe fucking Morning Joe Scarborough. Yeah, Harris, yeah, but she wasn't nearly as phony and fake and, as Hillary, but I do remember, like, the biggest, like, Kamala Harris in 2016 was a fucking disaster. No one liked her. She couldn't even get the vote in her own state. She was clearly picked by Joe Biden because she had shown that she was willing to sail the Joe Biden ship right into oblivion. Joe Biden didn't want somebody, criticizing him. That's exactly what he got. It's all about Joe. He doesn't really seem like it, right? Like because he's done a really good job with this image of this "oh shucks, I'm just trying to do the best for everybody" kind of image. But no, I think behind the scenes he is one vain motherfucker. All he cares about, and you know what's ironic? He cares so much about his legacy, and all of his instincts, all of the decisions that he's made are going to do nothing but ruin his fucking legacy. So it's beyond ironic that he's just completely fucking up, destroying the country, destroying the neoliberal party, destroying everything, all for Joe, and he's shitting his own bed. No one's going to come out of this thinking Joe Biden is a hero or anybody. I mean, in fact, the entire Democratic DNC establishment is currently shitting on Joe Biden. Oh, it's his fault, his fault, his fault. Certainly isn't Nancy Pelosi's fault. And to be coerced into picking her shit. Yeah, money generating project because of her VC connects. He was still pissed at her about the "I was that girl" thing at the debate. Yeah, Dorito. There's some truth to that. I don't know if I agree with all of that. But money was a big argument, right? Because they were like, well, she's already part of the Biden campaign, so she gets all that money. It just comes along with her. She should have distanced herself from Joe and his standing. She didn't. Yeah, she needed, I mean, the whole idea that, it was just 100 days. Oh, she needed a longer campaign. No, I said this at the beginning of the stream. No. She could have had 300 days of this failed-ass campaign of Beyonce and Taylor Swift belting out the hits. And that doesn't matter because they didn't want to change the fundamental message, which was kind of a nebulous technocratic one. Joy. How much joy does, what is that, $10? Is that $20 in my wallet? How do I turn in joy for money for food? This is the culmination of the neoliberal establishment ignoring the working class for decades. We got a little taste of it with Hillary, right? But they blamed it on Hillary, and Hillary blamed it on Russia. They barely won with Joe Biden, so they learned all the wrong lessons. Oh, see, we can defeat Trump with the same playbook. See, we can defeat Trump with the playbook. Right? Joe Biden barely won, and it had nothing to do with the playbook. It had everything to do with people getting 4 years of Trump and then COVID, of course. But, what did the neoliberals learn? They learned all the wrong lessons. Oh, you see, I mean, all we need to do is the same shit we did with Hillary. We just got to do it with a old white guy. Put him in a closet. Isn't that great? The neoliberals, they did that with Kamala as well, with Tim Walz. They're ashamed of their own candidates. Oh, well, our polling shows that the more Kamala's on TV, the less people like her. So we gotta stop doing events. We gotta stop doing events. Sure, WW86, sure. A better candidate wouldn't hurt. The problem is that you can have the greatest candidate in the world if the establishment that is going to fund that candidate says you have to listen to all these consultants or we're not going to give you money. We're going to call you. We're going to say you're not a Democrat on TV. We're going to send our surrogates out on TV to say you're not even a real Democrat, like they did with Bernie, like they did with Dennis Kucinich, like they do with Ralph Nader, right? Oh, he's not a real Democrat. They're not real Democrats. Bernie's an independent. Bernie, remember they were saying that in 2016? Bernie's an independent. He's an independent. What am I drinking? This is Orange Crush. Orange soda. Crush orange soda. Wish I was drinking mushrooms. But I can't be doing mushrooms then trying to like take care of my kid. It's like doesn't work. It doesn't work. Who lives orange soda? Loves orange. I love orange soda, man. Yo, props to orange soda and mushrooms. So, you know, we've heard this already, but Trump tells GOP to bypass Senate confirmation process, block Biden judicial appointments. I don't know if this is going to actually happen, but he wants to do it. He wants to do it. I don't know if they're actually going to do this, though, the Senate Republicans. There are pro-MAGA Senate Republicans that are like, yep, we got to do this for Trump, whatever Trump wants. Doesn't matter. I'm a rubber stamp anyway, so I might as well just go take a vacation. Because what the rule that Trump wants to take advantage of is the Senate goes on recess for longer than 10 days. That then gives the president an opportunity to do something called a recess appointment, which basically allows him to completely subvert the confirmation process. For nominees, right? So it basically allows him to just, without question, put whoever he wants in charge. And that's basically what's going to happen with just some small, ooh, I don't like Matt Gaetz. Ooh, I don't like this one person, right? Some are saying Matt Gaetz is a sacrificial lamb. I think Cenk Uygur was saying this, that Matt Gaetz is a sacrificial lamb. And the reason he was put out there is so that when the senators reject him, Trump can say, okay, I gave you one, you rejected one of them, but you can't reject anybody else. So that's what some are saying. Oh, Schweppes is great, by the way. I love Schweppes. Recess appointments aren't meant for him to do this as well. Yeah. Let the campaign hinge on abortion. Yeah, she depended too much on abortion. Totally. No agenda to improve the life of the average voter. So, I mean, that's... objectively, that's not true. What's objectively true is that she did not package those technocratic policy ideas that would objectively be better for people. She did not package that in a narrative that was easily digestible to the working class. Basically, she didn't do the simplest of politicking, right? She didn't say a vote for Harris is a chicken in every pot. Basically, she didn't do that, and that's what the neoliberals. They think they're smart because they set expectations. They're like, oh, you see, you can't hold me to account on a promise I didn't make. Obama did it so well, Hope and change, basically fill in the blank, right? Well, I didn't actually promise to make your life better. I just said it, wouldn't it be nice if things were better? So no agenda to improve the lives of the average voter. Newsom will run for president in 2028. Harris may be California's next governor, another high salary job and pension. Harris is done. Yeah, I know the neoliberal establishment is flirting with her still being in politics, but no, she had her chance. She had her chance to shine, and she completely failed. She might still be in politics, but I don't really see her being a governor. I don't really see her being in any leadership position. Will they try to run Gavin Newsom? I think there's a high likelihood, yeah. It's going to be a white guy. Probably a straight guy. This, I see that Merton Esper here mentioning I don't see Newsom winning. I kind of agree. Like this whole, he's snappy. Oh, did you see that debate with Ron DeSantis? And he was so good, and yeah, he was okay. Oh, he's so clever and he's so good at debating, and he'll show him he'll West Wing those fuckers. He'll slam dunk them. Yeah, maybe. He's pretty goddamn corrupt, and he's got a super long history rap sheet that Republican politicians would be able to, they'd be all kinds of history of corruption. The left idolizes, the liberals idolize image over action, so Newsom had a shot. Yeah. So it's not the left, but liberals, yes, they do idolize image over action. Yeah. He's just a pretty face that speaks well. It's about it. It's about it. Wildly corrupt. Definitely not a friend of progressives, Gavin Newsom. Newsom banned my homeless homies. She failed the first time and failed spectacularly this time, starting the domino effect of a series of constitutional crises. I think her name is a bit stained at the moment, but you never know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I totally acknowledge that currently the Democratic establishment is trying to rescue Kamala. They are trying to save her. So, Biden, I just wanted to show this example. Yeah, exactly, Dublin, yeah. It's a pretty long rap sheet. If I had my choice, it'd be AOC. And it would be like, give AOC control, right? Either replace Hakeem Jeffries with AOC or make AOC, start grooming her as the next representative of the Democratic Party. And start listening to her, right? Don't just be our pretty face, but, listen to all these consultants and do exactly as we tell you, but be the new, excited face of the Democratic Party, but don't change anything. No, as there's an article in here I have from David Brooks. Was it this one? No, that's the Der Spiegel. No, hold on. This one? Yeah. So, I got this David Brooks article here where he talks about how maybe the Democrats have to embrace a Bernie Sanders-style disruption, something that will make people like me feel uncomfortable. So even David Brooks, the defender of bog-standard neoliberalism, you couldn't find a face more wrong than David Brooks. You can't find a more stalwart defender of shitty neoliberalism than David Brooks. And even he is saying, oh, you got to make me uncomfortable. You kind of have to do stuff that will actually, you got to do an AOC. You got to do a Bernie. You got to do some, tell me about raising my taxes. You got to start raising my taxes. I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not going to like it. I'll probably do some exposés on how AOC is a hidden communist because I'm David Brooks. But my prognosis of this current problem, as because this is just a couple days after the Democrats lost, my prognosis is that you have to start making rich New York elites like me more uncomfortable. You have to start speaking the language of populism. We'll be covering all that tomorrow, by the way. So back to this tweet over here. Apparently Biden, there's some stuff that Biden could do. Biden could reappoint Lena Khan and Schumer could confirm her in the lame duck, which would preserve a Dem majority on the FTC for a couple of years. So FYI, the Dems haven't confirmed Biden's latest NLRB nomination, even though this would maintain a Democratic board through late 2026. So there's shit that he's just leaving on the table. He's just crying. I don't even know what he's doing over there, Joe Biden. I really don't know. But even now, in the lame duck, nothing to lose. All he wants to talk about is the peaceful transition of power. Oh, I'm gonna hand over power to a fascist with a big smile on my face. Unlike Trump, who didn't even show up. Remember when Trump didn't show up for the inauguration? Wasn't that really bad? No one fucking cares, bro. No one fucking cares. Here you are in the lame duck with shit on the table, with stuff you could do that could help American people. You were happy to take my money and fearmonger me and say Trump is a threat to democracy. But with nothing to lose, you're still sitting on your fucking hands. Huh, Joe? It's I was talking about it a little earlier. It's beyond ironic that all of the actions that Joe Biden takes is 100% about Joe Biden and his legacy, and they couldn't be shittier. They couldn't be shittier. This guy straight up does not get it, and he never got it from the very beginning. Fucking Barack Obama is trying to warn us. Oh, this is a bad choice, guys. I mean, I'm a corrupt neoliberal, I hobnob with the oligarchy with the best of them, but this guy is fucking clueless. That's what Obama was trying to tell us. This is not a replacement for me. This guy's going to let you down. I only picked him up because because I'm a black guy that was making, white old guys feel uncomfortable. That's the only reason Joe Biden is here next to me. Because I got constituency that remembers him when he was on the Jimmy Carter show, or fucking, I always mention that. I fucked it up. Never mind. All right, so the last, ghoul that we have to talk about, Tom Hooman. GOP voters and groups like True the Vote got 2.7 million votes discarded in Dem, mostly minority areas. Dems need lawyers and orgs to do the same in GOP areas. Promethean, here's the thing. I would agree with you if the Trump administration wasn't going to completely gut the Justice Department, wasn't going to make the law completely meaningless. So I would agree with you if that was the case. That is not the case. So I disagree with you, Promethean, because what Dems don't need lawyers. Dems need advisors on how to be a political activist. Dems need to start utilizing the levers of political activism to create, because the law is going to every single fucking time. It's going to be every single fucking time. Every judge will be corrupt. Every single step along the way will be partisan. The entire Justice Department is about to be captured. It will completely sway everything. The whole idea that the Democratic liberal establishment is going to be able to challenge Trump legally in any form is kind of ridiculous. Only if he doesn't succeed will that be possible. But if it starts to work, why wouldn't Trump just take it out? So no, Democrats need to start talking the language of the revolutionary, start talking the language of the political activist. Instead of, we'll challenge, I'll see you in court. No, it needs to be, I'll see you in the streets. It needs to be, work strike, labor strike kind of language. Not, I'm going to get my lawyers. I'm going to get Johnny Cochran. Because I don't care how good Johnny Cochran is. If the judge is a Kyle Rittenhouse style judge, happy to work for the MAGA right wing agenda. And that's the plan. We just heard the plan. We literally just heard it. We heard Trump say it explicitly, and then we've seen his actions already after he's won the presidency. He is doing it. He is going to purge the Justice Department. He is going to put Matt fucking Gaetz as the Attorney General. There will be no challenging this in a court of law. States' rights, federal jurisdiction, all of it's out the fucking window. So the liberal establishment, it's why I talk. It's really Nancy Pelosi needs to get in the streets. Yeah, you're more fucking likely the sun is going to explode, right? Hakeem Jeffries talking about a wage strike or a labor strike. Hakeem Jeffries out there, the current head of the DNC, the current head of the Democratic Party, right? Chuck Schumer out there holding the banner for a total labor shutdown strike. It's why I talk about how this institution needs to be assimilated, because it is suicidal. We are on a bus careening off a cliff And our driver is holding us all back. He's not driving the fucking bus, but holding us all back from stopping anybody with any common sense from steering the bus away from the cliff. That's what the current neoliberal establishment is doing, right? They destroy progressive leftism. That's their number one priority. So this whole idea that, oh, maybe they'll sue some people and they'll get the law to help them. No, man. Zartek, this is not Trump exercising power in the Justice Department. This is Trump completely taking over the Justice Department. But also, yeah, the Justice Department is supposed to be independent of the executive branch in case the executive branch commits crimes, you dumbass. He was not elected to gut the Justice Department and turn it into a tool of the Trump administration. That's not actually his mandate. And good God, Zartek, you think this is somehow going to help you? I don't think you know what you're talking about. The Justice Department, throughout its entire existence, since the founding, has been independent, and for good reason. You don't want lawfare, right? Oh, the lawfare. Is that the lawfare that got Hunter Biden the book thrown at him? You don't want a president to have control over the law. The law should be bigger than one man. The law should be bigger than one position. It's not a good thing. It is not a good thing that Trump is going to destroy the Justice Department and turn it into an arm of his administration. I mean, Zartek, if the shoe were on the other foot and Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama was pledging to do the same thing, can you honestly stand there with a straight fucking face and say that you'd be playing these games? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing when the president takes over all the justice system. I think maybe that's a good thing. Is that really you'd be playing those fucking games if a Democrat was trying to do this shit? Oh, I'm playing stupid because it's helping my side. I'm playing ignorant because it's going to cut my taxes, isn't it? Economy going to be better, right? Joe Biden, you know what happened the moment the Supreme Court said a president is a dictator? Joe Biden went out the next day and made a speech about how he's not going to use these new powers given to him by the Supreme Court because he respects the rule of law. So are you advocating for presidents to not respect the rule of law? You'd be okay with Joe Biden taking the kind of power that Donald Trump is promising to take? Through the lawfare. Yeah. Well, my guy said he's going to commit incredible crimes and destroy America. So he's based. He's better. He's based. Real men are dictators. Dictators are based. And now we're talking about something completely unrelated. We were talking about how you think it's okay for a president to have full control over the Justice Department. And now we're talking about how all presidents commit crimes. So now we're whatabouting Trump's dictatorial. So you're not denying that Trump is going to destroy the Justice Department, turn it into the swamp that he's warning you about. You're totally cool with all that. And your excuse is, what about other presidents? Obama, one of the major criticisms of the left of Obama is that he did not hold Bush accountable for his war crimes. You absolute jackass. You're a liar. I mean, look at that shit. Goodbye. He's lying to you. He's lying to everybody in the chat. He's playing a game with us. He knows Obama didn't put Bush on trial for war crimes. He knows that. This is a game. This is a game. This is a game they're playing. Where is it? Where's my? There it is. This is a game they play. Oh, I don't know. Isn't dictatorship a good thing? Oh, I don't know. U.S. is big on that kind of legalism. There's a culture of lawyers, constitution. It's very hard of what America's about. No, WW86, all presidents have taken complete control over the justice. Didn't you hear Tucker Carlson? Lawfare. Joe Biden uses lawfare against Trump. Meanwhile, Joe Biden puts an AG in charge who literally explicitly says he's going to do his best to ignore Trump and not throw the book at Trump while throwing the book at his son, Hunter Biden. Lawfare, lawfare. Oh, there's a funny little word now. Well, we got a word for it. Didn't he arrest Bush for his war crimes? Fuck, man, I wish. That's what we all wanted. That's what he was kind of implying, kind of promising, kind of maybe. I don't believe in criminals. I don't believe criminals should run the government. Oh, I think criminals should be held accountable. That kind of rhetoric. Gets into office, makes the Bush tax cuts legal, and it says, and this is the classic line, we need to look forward and not backwards. I'm not going to prosecute Bush on any of his crimes because we need to look forward, not backwards. Oh, didn't Barack Obama use lawfare against George Bush? You mean George Bush, the guy who's running around a free man? Doing interviews with Ellen, shucking and jiving on the fucking View? That George Bush? Oh, yeah, no, lawfare. Yeah, no, really. He was really, unfairly attacked by the Justice Department. George Bush. Dick Cheney and his daughter supporting to a raucous applause of audience of fucking neoliberal idiots supporting Kamala Harris. Oh, weren't they held accountable by Obama? Yeah, Sailor. Like I said, it's looking like Matt Gaetz might be the sacrificial lamb. I think Cenk Uygur might have been right about that. All right. Let's get to the end of this shit, huh? I'm done. I wanted to talk about this because this guy's a fucking monster. This Tom Hooman guy is a fucking monster, and it's unbelievable to me that he was actually hired, under Barack Obama, right? Barack Obama, the deporter in chief, agreeing with the right-wing narrative on immigration. So this ghoul, and I say that as a descriptive, right? Not even derogatory. Like, this man is ghoulish. This ghoul is now, of course, being, we got the right-wing YouTube sphere, Kumo here doing his job. Migrants will die if we don't secure the border. Migrants are going to die if we don't do a mass deportation and separate families and put whole families into black bag them and put them in a fucking van and dump them into some country they've never been to. They're going to die if we don't do that. Como. Oh yeah, you're human. Yeah, you're just a regular guy. Let me look at the thumbnail. Everyone else uses the thumbnail of this guy's usual face. This fucking sourpuss. Right? Everyone uses all these, but Kumo decides, nice guy. I just want to kick out all the families. The Hill over here doing their usual, maybe he's not so bad. News Nation over here. Cartels should be labeled as terrorist organizations. You gonna drone bomb the cartels, Tom? Yeah. Did you see it on Sicario? I say, this nightmare. Tom Hooman is a nightmare. He wants to inflict pain. The question is all of this is going to be unnecessary, right? So it's like, if it was just human suffering, if it was, he totally speaks like a Nazi. But if it was just human suffering, Trump wouldn't give a shit. Right? Oh, who cares? Bunch of people, I don't fucking care, you know, whatever. I'll just find replacements to clean my hotels, right? And I don't care. If it was just human suffering, Trump wouldn't care. The economic blowback is going to be felt pretty quickly. Like if he actually shows up with the vans and he actually shows up with the, you know, and starts black bagging people and he actually starts doing that, the market is going to react way before the industry actually has time to react to that. So the you know, Wall Street is going to be like, oh, agriculture, big hit, hospitality, big hit, you know, elderly care, big hit. Oh, Tom Hooman and Trump are actually going to businesses and rounding up people, and they're doing that all across the nation. Big hit on these industries. So it is going to be, the pocketbook is going to be hit immediately from this shit. Everyone, because like the market, you know, is like, is Trump's really not going to do this? The market thinks a Jamie Dimon-like character, maybe Elon Musk, will sit him down and say, sir, I know, you know, all the rhetoric about largest deportation and all that. Well, here's the reality. And it's going to hurt Trump businesses, right? Because that's how you need, if you're going to talk about anything with Trump, you got to say, okay, how is this going to affect your casinos? I'm not kidding. I'm not, listen to how John Bolton says that you know, how you need to present information to Donald Trump for him to actually pay attention to what you're saying. You go, oh, sir, this is going to have a negative impact on your casinos. Yeah, look at this. Oh, look at this. Look, I know you hate that. We all hate the immigrants. They're dirty, stinky rapists and all that. But you know, they pick the strawberries and they replace the bedpans and you know, you have stock in something or something. You know, your buddy has stock in something. So this guy is a true believer. This guy wants to hurt people. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about people, but he gives a shit about his pocketbook, and Hooman doesn't care. He was asked, you know, point blank on 60 Minutes, you know, this is going to cost $88 billion a year to deport 1 million illegal immigrants a year, like what you're saying. And he goes, I don't know if those figures are true. And then he goes, you wouldn't put a price on national security, would you? So this guy doesn't give a fuck about economics. All this guy wants to do is see immigrant children cry. Like, I think he likes it. I think he really, like, when he hears children crying for their mothers, I think he's like, yeah, well, we shouldn't have done that. Bad, it was the stupid parents. It's the parents' fault. He's making all kinds of. He's not feeling any sympathy whatsoever for other human beings. I think he's an extremely dangerous fascist. But here's the thing, Trump, you know, he's happy to utilize, you know, knuckleheads like this. He's happy to use strongmen like this. But once it hits his pocketbook, Tom, what are you doing? Tom, you told me this was going to be good. You told me this was going to be good for the economy. How come the economy sucks now? How come, Tom? How come? Exactly, Knighted Tomb. And wait till you hear this guy speak. Wait till you hear this guy say the shit that, I mean, it's like, it's as clear as day. I don't like to use the word evil, but fuck, man, we're right up there. We're gazing into the abyss with this guy. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you know, just remember this guy was hired by Barack Obama.
Hello, I'm Robert Costa in Washington. Welcome to America Decides. President Joe Biden is calling for the United States to come together as a nation during a Veterans Day speech at Arlington National Cemetery. We'll take you to that ceremony ahead. But first, President-elect Donald Trump is building his administration, announcing who will be in charge of America's border policy. That will be incoming border czar Tom Homan. He served as the face of the first Trump administration's efforts to combat undocumented migrants and deal. I mean,
I really, you know, I'm just seeing Woke Patriots comment here. I really do think that he's going to pull out of this. He's going to pull out a lot of this shit. I mean, he did the tariffs last time. They had a negative effect on the economy. That's a fact. He did it last time. The tariffs, and and he's going to try to do this deportation. I do think, he's putting this guy in jail. It's not a joke. He's going to try. But is he really? Once the bills start coming in, once the economy starts reacting to these decisions negatively, Trump thinks, because Trump thinks that the tariffs are going to give him bargaining positions that will lower prices, and everyone will see that he's a financial genius. That's not how it works. Completely screwed over farmers last time. You're totally correct. There are other economic things that happen when the deportation happened. This whole idea that we're going to see positive economic outcomes, wages at the lowest level go up. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see, huh? I'm pretty sure that's not how it goes. But I guess we're going to give it one hell of a college try, huh, boys?
With the border, sources also tell CBS News that immigration conservative Stephen Miller will also return to the White House, this time as a deputy chief of staff.
And let me tell you, folks, this Stephen Miller guy,
Miller will also return to
white supremacist, full-blown American. You're either a white member of the American race or you're inferior. Housing at the lowest levels goes down. Do you have a source? Do you have a source? Because the sources that I'm reading are like, yeah, this is going to not work out for anybody. They're not mentioning, oh, well, caveat, the lowest of low are going to get a break. I mean, is that what we're thinking here? Is that what Stephen Miller and Trump, oh, I care about the $30,000 a year peasant. I care so much about these poor people. That's why we're going to do the mass deportation. Is that what we're trying to tell ourselves here? That this is about the lowest of the low? Or are you just trying to say, well, it's going to be incredibly destructive. It's going to be, terrible. But theoretically, it might make things a little bit better for the lowest of the lowest class. No, it's simple. Econ 101. Less renters means lower rental prices. Is that how the rental market works? Really? What you are describing is a rational system. Last time I checked, the rental markets are anything close to rational. More open jobs means wages go up. Really? More jobs that Americans basically refuse to do, and in some cases not properly trained for, are just going to fill those gaps up. You know what it sounds like to me, Mr. Dublin? It sounds like you're repeating right-wing claptrap. But I can't recall the last time I've seen what is being promised here in a Western democracy. I can't recall 1 million undocumented immigrants being kicked out of any other Western democratic nation. So I'm really going to need to see a source, because it's all going to be theoretical. I'm highly, highly, highly skeptical and dubious that forcibly removing cheap labor, cheap, exploitable labor, is going to somehow make the economy better for poor people. I mean, with that said, I don't agree with the system of exploiting, illegal immigrants like what we have now. I think they should become citizens. I think they should pay taxes. I think they should be paid a fair and honest wage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't necessarily agree with, the current paradigm of just, letting millions of people in based off nebulous asylum claims and then letting them live in a gray area in our country when they should be paying taxes. Wages tend to go up more when there are more open jobs. This is due to the phenomenon of tight labor market where there are more job openings than available workers. Employers have a complete for talent, which often leads to higher wages and better benefits to attract and retain employees. So we're not talking about regular jobs, though. We're talking about the shittiest of the shitty. The dishwashing gigs, the fruit picking gigs, the replace the bedpan gigs, the roofing gigs. You know? We're really just, Americans are just clamoring to get paid $5 an hour to bake away on somebody's fucking roof in Florida. I mean, hey, look, I think it's all theory. I think it's bunk. We don't have a source for any of this, by the way, except fucking Chat GPT or Google Gemini. But I think we're gonna be able to find out. So I guess we should just keep our tongues in our pocket right now and just see. Because wouldn't that be interesting? All this human horror, like one of the worst things America has done since Japanese internment. Wouldn't that be interesting if it actually helped the poorest of the poor, Americans? Because nothing ever helps the poorest of the poor. Nothing. Welcome back, quick double tap. But you know what I mean? Nothing ever helps the poor. But this one thing, this fucking shameful thing that's being promised, the worst thing since Japanese internment, you know. Oh, this horrific thing that we're going to do to millions of people is going to help the poorest of the poor. Color me skeptical. I'm sorry. I'm Debbie Downer. Oh, Mr. Glass half empty. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Oh, it's going to fix the rental problem. It's going to fix the rental issues. Yeah? Just like that, huh? Just get rid of all the undesirables, and then that fixes the problem. Golly, where have I heard that before? You can have my half full glass. You're so nice.
To the White House, this time as a deputy chief of staff for policy. The appointments come as Trump gets ready to deliver on his pledge to enact mass deportations in this country. It's a plan that could potentially target as many as 11 million people who are here. Camilo Montoya Galvez is covering immigration policy and the Trump administration, the incoming one, for CBS News. But we start with Ouija Jang in West Palm Beach and the president-elect's transition plans. Ouija, great to see you. What are you hearing down there in Florida?
Like Ouija board?
Bob, it's always great to be with you. Well, we are hearing that the transition team is fast and hard at work to fill Trump's cabinet, which he's already made several key appointments.
Okay. It's a W, guys. It's a W. Her name is not Ouija. It's Ouija. Come on, guys.
And Bob, it's not so much about who it is as much as what it means and why he has chosen these people. And the one thing that runs through all of these appointees, as you know as well as anybody, perhaps better, is loyalty. He has put a premium on those people who have stood by his side. As an example, today you mentioned Tom Homan. He served in the first Trump administration as the acting director of ICE. He has been on the campaign trail at conferences talking about Trump's key signature campaign promise.
Well, I mean, to be fair to the other person who was, Mr. Dublin there, that was, trying to inject some argument into the discussion. He wasn't saying, he was saying rentals specifically. He was saying rentals will be more available, which on paper makes sense, I guess. Right? Because, of course, illegal immigrants are going to try to find the absolute cheapest under the table, kind of situation. So local economic impact on immigration, infrastructure, rents and housing values, based on shift share of national levels of immigration and metropolitan and immigration inflow equity. So I think there, I once again, no source, right? I mean, I think there has to be some truth to it, because it does. I mean, I can't really, it seems like, but it also seems like one of those things that's just not as simple as if we just get rid of them, things get cheaper. Because it's the Cato Institute. Okay, but okay, well, we're not going to play that game. All right. That's fine. I think there has to be some objective truth to what's being said here. But I think, yeah, we don't need to play, destroy the source. I get that, but it's not the Cato Institute. Okay. But no. Let's just take it as some of it has to be true. Yeah, if you get rid of a million undocumented workers, it was just first on the list. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I'm sure you can find other sources. I mean, I think what isn't really, because like when you look at it on paper, right, less people, less renters. So stock will open up. But why would you live in a place that no longer has, restaurants, right? Because they couldn't afford to operate because they couldn't exploit incredibly cheap labor. Why would you want to live in a place that has incredibly expensive groceries? Because, now all of a sudden all these, produce items, that are normally very cheap, raised in prices, a place where there isn't, a cheap elderly care. Why would you want to live in these places? I'm sure this has to be covered in Day Without an Immigrant. I wonder if there's some kind of documentary or something we could watch that is based off that book, right? A Day Without an Immigrant. Because I'm curious. There has to be some truth to the concept of more rentals being available, more incredibly low paying jobs being available. There has to be some truth to that. Where I'm confused is how that's a mid to long-term benefit. Because like I said, without exploiting labor, the restaurant industry is in big trouble. And so is the agriculture industry. So prices are going to go up in general for a lot of different things that we're used to paying certain amounts for. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be a documentary for this. I need to see if there is one. So, but I don't claim economic expertise, obviously. Something just doesn't feel right. It's making my bullshit detector going off. Because it's like I said earlier, oh, really, this one? One of the most shameful moments in American history since Japanese internment is actually going to be a really, really good thing for poor people. You know what I mean? I mean, the gaming consoles going up, that's from the tariffs. That's not from illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants don't work in the chip factories making your PlayStations. They do a little roofing, then they do a little microprocessor soldering. But yeah, no, it's this idea that, oh, well, it's actually going to be a net benefit for society when we get rid of all these people. Because these are the same arguments that we're hearing in Canada right now. The Conservative Party, oh, everything's going to get better once we just kick out a lot of people. And it's like, well, there is an immigration problem. There's too many people here. There's not enough housing. There's not enough jobs. They're overstressing the social safety net. All these things are objectively true. Is it necessarily objectively true that the solution is to just heartlessly kick them out? Is there really no policy solution? There's no leadership. There's nothing we can do to make these people, to make them work, tweak something so that they become contributing members of society. They want to work, right? Immigrants have no problem working. The stereotype that they're all lazy is utterly ridiculous. That's where I'm getting hung up. That, oh, it's such a desperate problem. The only solution is to heartlessly kick them out and dump them in a country that some of these people have never even been to. Oh, technically you're from Guatemala because your parents who were illegal when they had you was from Guatemala. So you're more American than Mickey Mantle, but that doesn't matter. Your brown ass is going to Guatemala. I don't know why I keep using Guatemala as an example, but you know what I mean? It's like they literally can't even speak the language. Oh, well, you're an anchor baby. That's what Stephen Miller says. And it's like, really? That's supposed to make everything better. Huh. Because it seems like heartless, it's going to create a lot of human suffering, and that this benefit, more jobs, more homes, more rentals, is a maybe. We don't actually know if that's actually going to, oh, the Cato industry says it's going to be really great. Yeah, okay. Something doesn't feel right about it.
Of mass deportations. And he even said, well before the election, that if Trump were president in
just a feeling.
January 2025, he would be the one leading the charge. And then you have Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from New York. And she was one of the loudest and fiercest defenders.
So, Dublin, do you think that there's any other way to lower rents, or do you think this is the only way to effectively lower rents, is to treat people like animals, and it's going to help business for them to lose access to really cheap labor? That's supposed to help business. Anyway, back to the original question, Dublin, do you think this is the only way to lower rents? Is by treating people like animals? Because it's like, I'm not buying it. I know the right wing have such a good ally in the neoliberals, right? Because the neoliberals are like, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. Golly gee, I guess we're just going to have to agree with the Cato Institute, right? And it's like, I understand that's what the neoliberals say, but it's like, is that really the only solution? There are many ways, but I doubt most are acceptable. Less regulation. Really, less regulation. Less rent control. That's going to lower rents. Let renters do whatever the hell they want. And that's supposed to lower the rent. Right. Yeah. Remove regulation on home builders, the same kind of regulations that ensure we get a strong, sturdy house that lasts for 100 years instead of these slapdash 20-year homes that are falling apart. You know, you 10, 20 years into it, you got to replace everything that's in the house because it's made with lesser quality materials because the regulation's been cut. Is that you want to live in one of those homes? Those low regulation homes? Big race to the bottom by the home builders? That's what you want? Once again, it's like, oh, that's the only way to make money. Right? Lower regulations. Okay. I think I see where you're going, Dublin. I think I got my fill of Dublin. Thanks for your time.
Of the president-elect.
I don't necessarily have all the facts to dispute what Dublin is saying, but I really do feel like he is a right-winger with standard right-wing viewpoints, lower regulation, kick out all the immigrants, and that magically makes the economy better. It's like maybe on paper, in a little simulation, where human suffering and, you know, human considerations are not part of the equation. Sure. No, woke patriot, we got to let the market decide. We need less rent control, less regulations on renters, and then magically rents go down because the market will regulate itself, because it already does that so well already. Can't you feel the regulation? I can feel it trickling down on me every single day.
During both of his impeachment hearings. In fact, I remember very well back then that he called her a rising star.
Printed.
And here she is about to serve as the ambassador to the United Nations. And also today, Bob, we learned that former Congressman Lee Zeldin of New York will be serving as the administrator of the EPA. He frequently comes here to Mar-a-Lago and again was one of those.
So Dublin, it's only going to hurt the rich elites, the 100K or more elite. The poor people are going to be left out of this. You have an extremely rosy outlook. Are you a millionaire? Please don't tell me you have these beliefs and you're some $80,000 a year sucker like the rest of us. Please tell me you're an actual legitimate millionaire and you're going to benefit from these egregious actions, lower regulation, right? Please tell me you're not some schmuck, some poor schmuck like the rest of us, totally backing up the oligarchy and regurgitating their talking points for free. Please tell me that's not the case.
Those members of Congress who defended Trump during impeachment. And so, Bob, this is very common for the president-elect to really single out those people who he believes he can trust and that won't try to put up guardrails to block him for achieving his goals.
Let's dig a little bit deeper.
Boy, CBS just tiptoeing. Oh, we don't want to call him a bad guy. Yeah, he's only a rapist. You know, we don't want to seem partisan, though. He's the president-elect. He raped a woman. Well, we better use language that's, nonpartisan. All right. Okay. That's what people are going to remember about CBS. When the fucking Trump squad shuts your ass down, that's what people are going to fucking remember.
Into Tom Homan. Here is what Tom Homan had to say on Fox News. Let's listen.
Fix your earpiece. Look at this. Look at this operation.
Say on Fox News. Let's listen.
Hey, come on.
I'm honored to
See, that's what happens when you get rid of illegal immigration. See?
asked me to come back and help solve this national security crisis. So I'm looking forward to it. Every morning I get up. Every morning I'm pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. So I'm going to go back and do what I can to fix it.
So this guy wakes up motivated to inflict maximum pain on what he feels are a cadre of rapists and criminals, when in reality it's a lot of fucking families. Right? It's not a group of perfect angels, okay? Statistically, though, illegal immigrants commit less crimes than native-born Americans. It's a whole lot of men, women, and children, just trying to live and survive and trying to, get a little piece of that American dream. And this guy wakes up pissed. He wakes up pissed that people are trying to make a living. His biggest downfall is the fact that he doesn't care about the economy. He's given all these promises to Trump. Oh, it's going to be so much better. Things are going to be so great, right? Guys like, look at the Cato Institute. Look what the Cato Institute said, right? Look at all these right-wing think tanks that agree that this is going to be really beneficial for the economy. This is going to be really great for the economy. Maybe in 10 years, I don't know. Maybe technically it is going to rock the economy. It is going to rock the fucking economy like a sucker punch from fucking Mars. And the economy will react. The markets will react. And that's our saving grace here, is that this guy is selling Trump a load of goods that he absolutely cannot back up. And he's going to do something more shameful than Japanese internment. And it's going to hurt the economy, and Trump's going to be looking at all the chaos in front of him. He's like, I don't need this problem. I literally wave my orange finger, and this whole thing goes away. I just reverse what I started. Yeah, you keep making excuses, Dublin. But hey, I disagree with you. I think, honestly, you're either a useful idiot or you're intentionally spreading misinformation. So I don't mean to be disrespectful like that, but we get a lot of that in the chat, so I'm sorry. But I will say this, Dublin, you have an opportunity in your czar of choice. This sounds like your guy. He's going to do exactly what you're recommending and then some. He's going to do exactly what you want. So pay attention. Pay attention. It used to be your bullshit used to be in the far corners of the right wing. Wow. Yeah, it was pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious, but now we're pretty aware now. Thank you. But it was already pretty obvious. Dublin, you weren't hiding it very well. I know you're trying to be coy with your crypto fascism. But your ideas used to be in the far right-wing corners of extremism. Way out of the way of normal everyday discussion. Well, now these extreme ideas, and you are an extremist, sir. You are a dangerous extremist. Now you get a chance to see them work. Dublin, do you have the strength to admit that you're wrong? If the economy doesn't do better, how many years into the Trump administration before you're done blaming Joe Biden for Donald Trump's decisions? Is it going to be 3 years? Be honest with us. How many years of no economic gain, of rents not decreasing, how many years of that into Trump's administration will you then admit that you were wrong? That the Cato Institute was wrong? How many years? 2 years? You still going to blame Biden after 2 years? 3 years. 3 years of mass deportations, economy hasn't improved, and rents are still where they're at. Do you admit that you're wrong, Dublin, in that hypothetical situation? 3 years into the Trump administration, no economic gains, right? Rents are still crazy high. Do you admit that you're wrong, Dublin? Or do you lie to yourself? You seem to do it so well. Is that what you do next? Oh, well, they didn't do it hard enough. They didn't do it. They weren't heartless enough. They should have kicked out 2 million a year. 1 million a year wasn't enough. We needed 2 million families. Is that what you're going to say? 3 years into it? 3 years into the mass deportations, the economy fucking bananas, just totally cratered. Oh, well, it wasn't the mass deportations, it was the tariffs, right? Excuses? Is that what you're going to give us? These fucking extremists, man. Why do I waste my time?
Secure border in my lifetime. So I'm going to go back and do what I can to fix it.
Right. So 10 years. So we have to suffer through 10 fucking years, an entire decade of economic suffering and pain. And then maybe things will improve, huh? Well, sign me up, genius. Right, so you think you just hilariously think there's a direct correlation. Well, the more people we kick out, the better the economy will be. You know, it's one thing to be really, really good at gargling balls and licking boots, Dublin. It's one thing to be really good at that. It's another thing to do it so enthusiastically. You know, with a big smile on your face. You got those big Cheeto balls just all over. You just fucking grinning ear to ear. It's the smiling, Dublin, that gets me. I understand you're shameless and you gargle Trump's testicles. I get that. It's the shamelessness. 10 years, huh? 10 years. We got 10 years of it, huh? Wow.
Camilo, talk to us about Tom Homan.
Sure. So Tom Homan is a veteran immigration official who has actually...
No, Dublin, unlike your racist ass, I want to make them citizens. I want to make them taxpayers, unlike you xenophobic bastard. I want to pay them a fair wage. I want to pay them with benefits and retirement package. Unlike you, who wants to kick them out because they make you feel uncomfortable when they speak Spanish. Oh, no. Oh, you're making Dublin feel uncomfortable. Stop speaking your native language. See, you're trying to flip it on me. You're doing a terrible job. I'm literally saying make them citizens, pay them a living wage, and you go to exploit them? Yeah, I want them to be exploited by the capitalist system like everybody else is being exploited. Equal opportunity exploitation. Isn't that what the meritocracy's about? Homie, I think I'm done with you. I think I'm going to give you the flush now. I think it's about time, right, guys? Right? I think it's about time. Right. I'm never going to admit that I'm wrong ever. So go ahead, Dublin. Give me one more nugget before I give you the boot. Give me one more of your choice opinions before I show you the door. I know, echo chamber. No dialogue allowed, right? No. I'm supposed to keep right-wing bad actors who intentionally spread misinformation in my chat. I know that's what I'm supposed to do. I do agree, Woke Patriot. Do you guys want to keep Dublin? Give me a 2 in the chat if you want to keep Dublin. If I see 3 2s, then Dublin gets to stay. Come on. Put a 2 in the chat if you want to save Dublin. I'm still waiting on his final comment. I guess he left in a huff. 9/11. Yeah, Corwin, you don't count, buddy. Dublin is salvageable? Oh, you guys are so wrong. You guys are so fucking wrong. You guys are so fucking wrong. Dublin thinks that all the time that's been wasted on him is nothing but dubs, right? He thinks he's won. Because we're talking about him, we're talking about immigration, we're talking about, we're not talking about how we can, make immigration more human. We're not trying to find solutions where people can avoid human suffering. We're talking with a demagogue who's like, no, the only option is human suffering. And that's it. Do you either want economic success or if you want economic success, you have to do human suffering. That's the only way. And we got silence. We get silence from Dubby Boys over here. All right, I'll let him stay. I'll let him stay. All right, I have 2 more videos here, but I'm out of fucking steam. I'm done for the day. Sorry. Bitch. Yeah, Corwin, I should start with you. Yeah, I don't like you, buddy. Bye-bye. 121 messages. All right, we'll just time you out. Just kidding. Or am I? Kinky. Oh, you want to see kinky? I got kinky for you. Check this out. Oh! Call me now. I do this so often, man. Oh my God, I got a bunch of... Oh no, I thought... Okay, never mind. Shit. I thought I had a bunch of unbanned requests. Those are my favorite. All right, hold on. Let's see the clip. Oh no, bye-bye. Stop fucking crying, bitch. Wait. I don't want to fucking hear it. Bye-bye. I do like that button. I really do like that button. I probably use it too much though. But once again, I don't get this people demand that I keep these bad actors around, and they make the chat objectively worse. You know what I mean? Like they suck. And it's like, oh, you just don't want people who disagree with your opinions. And it's like, no, I'm happy to disagree, but where's your source? I mean, you know what I mean? Okay, Dublin gave us a source, Cato Institute. We're not going to talk about that? Really? We're not going to talk about the fucking Cato Institute? As right wing as it fucking gets, man. Extreme, probably big chunks of Project 2025 contributed by them. American libertarian think tank. It's like, just because Trump won a small portion of the fucking popular vote and he roundly defeated the neoliberals, that doesn't magically make all of these terrible, terrible right-wing ideas all of a sudden better. Magically better. I think Donald Trump is a Democrat. He needs to be more right-wing. He needs to be more extreme. We need to kick out every brown person in the country. Start there. Once we kick out 4 or 5 million illegal immigrants in 10 years, the economy might get better. Worth it. Totally worth it. So I'm supposed to keep these jokers around, though, huh? You know what I mean? That's not debating, honestly. It's like, it's selfish too. I don't know. No, guys, maybe right-wing dogma, maybe it's all been correct. Trump won. Don't forget, Trump won. So all that right-wing shit. Yeah, no, we need a strong man. We need to treat people as others. We need extreme corporate exploitation. Let corporations do whatever they want to us at any time. And that's the populist point of view. That's what and that's going to help poor people the most. Is if we give a massive break to the rich. That's going to help poor people the most. Okay. I mean, I go back to what I was saying earlier. Like, do we think any of these characters like Dublin are gonna admit that they're wrong? They're the worst case scenario is playing out. People like Dublin, extremists who want to see who's never right-wing enough. They are gonna get exactly what they want. I guess they haven't. Knighted Tomb. You know what they really need to see? You know what they really need to read? In the Hills, the Cities, by Clive Barker. I believe that's the one. Yeah, In the Hills, the Cities. That's what people really need to read from Clive Barker. But Hellbound Hearts, good start. Please don't read Mein Kampf. Well, that Mein Kampf really wasn't right wing enough. That's my problem with it. But no, I mean, they're the worst people in the world, the most greedy, the most selfish, are running the show now in a couple weeks, right? In January. When Joe Biden, with a big smile on his face and expecting a big pat on his back from America, hands over power. This is a really distracting video, I admit that. Hands over power to a dictator with a big smile on his face, right? And they, all these, it's not going to feel very good. It's going, oh, Schadenfreude. Oh, you're going to get what you want. It's not going to feel good because they're taking us all with them. They're taking us all with them. on these terrible ideas. You know, they don't get to just, you know, move to some libertarian island and then try their little economic experiments, you know, and you know, they have to suffer. No, we all have to suffer. Most selfish versus only moderately selfish. No, I think it's fair to say the neoliberal establishment is just as selfish as the Republicans. They just think that they're going to win using different strategies. I'm not saying that they're the same, but is anyone going to sit here and say that Nancy Pelosi isn't just as selfish as Donald Trump? Yeah, exactly. Simply Steve. Democracy is not dead, but it is on the chopping block. Yeah, this is not a dress rehearsal. You know, and like if we're waiting around for the Dublins of the world to go, oh yeah, I guess you were right. You know, keep fucking waiting. You know, we'll be in the camps. We'll be in the camps with people like Dublin. Be like, oh yeah, well, you know, maybe it wasn't really the anti-immigration stuff. You know, it was really Kamala Harris's fault. Right wingers get done deporting the illegals and then go after the right wing fakers and leftists that don't believe in the Patriots, like Dublin. Yeah. Trump is a real life Palpatine. I mean, Palpatine was smart. Yeah. The lolly lay la lo. Yeah, Trump is not the Patriots. He's not the Patriots. Zelensky states that the war with Russia will end quicker with Trump as president. Well, he better be saying that. He needs to butter up Trump more than anything has ever been buttered. You know? He needs to bring the gallon bucket. I'm sure Trump was smart before he embraced the dark side. Zelensky is only going to talk about shit about Trump once it is completely hopeless that, you know, Trump is going to do anything to help his country. Right now, Zelensky needs to play the game, and he needs to play it very carefully. Welcome back. Never forget, brother. It's good to see you. If you're like the right-wingers, don't actually follow up on the mass deportation. They'll virtue signal here and there. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be like lock her up. You know, oh, he made a big stink about lock her up. I mean, but, you know, things are different, though. I'm waking up. Well, I'm leaving. So you get the rest of the afternoon to yourself. Go to one of those Japanese maid cafes, buddy. They'll be your pretend girlfriend for the night. And it's not even sexual. Why would you pay for that? The tariffs scare the shit out of me. He's gonna do the tariffs. He did them before. He thinks they're a good idea. He's going to do the tariffs. Ukraine is fucked. Russia will probably win in 6 months. Donald Trump has a choice. Russia's military is shattered. Putin is desperate. He was desperate for a Trump win, and he thinks he's going to get the whole kit and caboodle. He thinks Trump is going to hand over everything, and he might be right, but there is a slight chance that for some reason him and Putin don't get along or something. I know it sounds impossible. But there is a slight chance where he goes, okay, well, Putin's not accepting reality here because, you know, Putin's going to tell Trump, I want everything. And Trump is going to be like, come on, just the Donbass and Crimea, come on. Don't take everything. You don't want everything. Deal with me. Let's do a deal. Putin isn't going to want any fucking deal. I want the whole fucking thing. I want the territory that I claimed was mine that I didn't even march over. I want all of that, too. I need a buffer zone. So that's going to put Trump in a really tough spot. And then hopefully someone comes up to him and says, "Sir, I don't know if you're aware, but the Russian military is actually on its fucking knees. And if you just let Ukraine unleash the Kraken, if you give them access to all the shit that Joe Biden was holding back, and you give them permission to strike Russia wherever they want, you know, wherever Ukraine wants, you could defeat the Russian military, sir. You could do the thing that you know Joe Biden said he was going to do and he completely failed at. You could totally take that And, and people would love you, sir. People would go crazy. He would even get me on fucking talking, positive about Trump. I'm not saying I'm going to, wear the MAGA hat, but if motherfucker comes through and lets Ukraine unleash the Kraken on Russia, I'll have to talk about it. But I think, I talked about this before, the likely scenario for Ukraine is the most tragic. That Trump is going to starve Ukraine of ammunition and weapons, maybe not cut them off completely day one, but starve them, forcing Zelensky to capitulate probably completely, right? Probably hand over the entire, 1/4 or 1/5 of Ukraine, that whole eastern side. Tragically, that's probably what's going to happen. I'm only bringing this up because there's a chance that Putin, like I said, rubs Trump the wrong way, and Putin's like, hey, I did everything I could to get you, elected. You owe me. And Trump's like, I don't know, you shit, bitch. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think we got a PP tape, but there's something. There's some connection. Honestly, I think it's just money. I think Trump just wants to, like I said, build a fucking casino in Moscow. He wants a hotel. He wants a casino. I think that's what all this is about. The Putin stuff. Oh, he's got the PP tape. Does Trump doesn't give a fuck about the PP tape. He wants a Trump hotel in Moscow. That's what's going on. Maybe. Always follow the money. I mean, for Trump, it's about that name. It's about his name. It's about the dough, right? Any good Trump might do for Ukraine, he'll do the opposite to Palestine. Palestine is well and truly fucked. There's no silver lining for Palestine. Palestine will cease to exist by the end of Trump's 4 years. It will be a memory. If the Palestinians are lucky, there will be a small region in southern Gaza that will be considered Palestine, and then the rest of it is going to be gone. Right? Because Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir couldn't find a place, couldn't find an Arab country to dump 2 million people in. So they're going to turn southern Gaza into an incredibly dense, ghetto. The IDF completely surrounding it. Palestine's totally fucked. There's no silver lining. Like the reservations that exist for Native Americans. Kind of, but even more restrictive, even more extreme. The Palestinians may or may not even have a government living in that ghetto. They probably won't. They probably won't have any voting rights. They'll be like in a legal gray area. And, that'll be intentional because Israel will want those Palestinians to move to other Arab countries, to apply for citizenship to other Arab countries. You don't know what will happen. I'm not giving up on Palestinians. You're right. 100%. 100%. Never say never, but the most powerful entities on planet Earth are in total agreement about Israel and the Palestinian situation. Israel gets to do whatever the hell it wants, and we have nothing but excuses for Palestine. United States, Britain, anybody that has any influence on this situation, But never say never. The Taliban defeated America. The Vietnamese defeated America. Right? All right, folks. Big props to Simply Steve, Ice King of Space, Fragwitz, Can't Speak, Chem Goblin. Thank you for being here the whole stream. Quick double tap. Who else in the chat here? Lenny, Thank you so much, Lenny. Appreciate you coming through. Never forget, brother. Big props. Student Debt, thank you for coming in. I love all your guys' comments. Thank you so much. Very intelligent comments. Shadow Hunter, Space Time Flow, Knighted Tomb, Female Eunuchs. Big props. Quick Double Tap, Woke Patriot, OGs of the stream. You're tubing. Good to see you. Corwin, you really know like me? Sarcasm is really hard in my chat, and I have no patience for bad comedy, right? So I feel bad for people like Corwin. He's just trying to be funny, guys. Come on. Photos printed. Big props to you. Thank you for coming back. Photos printed. Mr. Dublin Marley. I'm not going to give Dublin any props because he seems to be a proud libertarian crypto fascist. But you are unbanned if you're still here, Dublin. Give us those nuggets of wisdom. Are you? Did I? I never banned you. I never actually banned you. Yeah, so. Off-World Colonist, big props to you. Carpet, I think is your name. Carpet, big props. Stickers for Cookers. A very strange name that I sometimes think about for some reason. That's a name that is stuck in my head. Is it offensive? I don't understand it. Big props to you. Thank you for coming back. Ya boy, Davey. I think I saw Davey in there for 5 seconds. Thank you, Davey, for coming in. Merton Espert. Big props to you, Merton Espert. Is that everybody? That's everybody that's on the chat that I can see. Got to learn not to rock ships. What is this punny-ass bullshit? Israel may take it, but it can be taken back. We just have to assist Palestine in that. I guess you living in Ukraine would have a little bit more of a history about that possibility, right? Being totally subsumed by the Russian Empire and still throughout all of that, holding on to Ukrainian identity, holding on to Ukrainian culture and history. Even when a powerful nation forces you to use a different language, Ukrainians still found a way to have independence outside of Russia. Someone was just trolling, and when I said something, I got muted. Sorry, Off-World. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Oh my God, Sticks. Zeo Duke, big props to Zeo Duke and Oh my God, Sticks. Thank you for being here. And wow, look at that viewer count in the 40s for some point in the stream. Really amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you. That's amazing. I don't deserve it. I'm humbled. Thank you to the lurkers, to all you folks up there, bringing that view count closer and closer to 100. Could have been 80 though, right? Could have been. But no, thank you to everybody that's here. I do appreciate it. It's that view that's the most valuable thing that you give me. Your time is the most valuable thing that you give me, so thank you. Thank you, Off-World Colonist. I do appreciate it. I know, not a lot of good news today. I mean, the only good news is that the shit that's worked still works. Political activism. It's the only thing that's ever really worked. And boy, howdy, do we need it more than ever. A whole generation, a whole millennial generation has barely any idea how to protest, how to dissent against the American government. Well, golden opportunity, right? That's what some folks are saying. It's like, this will ignite a protest movement. This will ignite a movement to fight against this. Well, let's make it count. Let's not fizzle out like Occupy. Let's demand more, and let's show up. Let's show up. Yeah, quick double tap, absolutely. Your Go Live notification was good news. I was glad to see you getting on. Try to do at least every Saturday, but I try to do more throughout the week. But, real life. I got a blind son. I got a lot to take care of, right? But no, folks, Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And let's not forget about that 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, inform yourself. That's why you're here. Step 2, sign up. Put your name down. And step 3, put in the work. This ain't no fucking joke. The fight has been brought to us. Fight or get the fuck out of my way. We'll see you next time. Hopefully tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Big props to Shinamagami Tenshi. South Day Vibe full album. It's that underground, folks. News underground. This ain't no motherfucking dress rehearsal, bitch. News underground. News underground, bitch. Hear that? Oh, that theremin's nuts. We don't have no motherfucking Kool-Aid. We just got bitches and blunts. Sleep tight.